role classes, which would force players to demonstrate a range of skills. There really are myriad options that you can present to players to make them think outside of the box. And then the layers really start to appear. If you notice that every available set of classes has a Warlock in it, do you build a full anti-Warlock strategy, safe in the knowledge that every opponent you face is 100% guaranteed to have Warlock in their lineup, and you can just beat up on that Warlock and prevent it from getting its required Conquest win? Do you make your own Warlock something annoying and off-meta to prevent your opponents from being able to do the same thing to you? But there will be plenty of time for deeper strategy breakdowns during our debut broadcast, which you should absolutely watch, by the way, youtube.com/Hearthstone Esports. In short, Trio format allows a tournament organizer to present a unique, tricky, crunchy puzzle to players to try and solve for each individual tournament or each week of play that they have to face, really putting their game knowledge and their deck building to the test. So that is all you need to know. What is your first impression of the Trio format? What groupings do you think the Hearthstone Esports team are going to throw at our players for our trial week in Grandmasters? Will this format last longer than Specialist? Give me the answer to all those questions, and any questions you might have, put them down below in the comment section, and make sure to hit the subscribe button on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube so that you do not miss a single event in what is sure to be an absolutely packed year of Hearthstone Esports content. Thanks everyone, and take care.
No, he's pumping, he's fist pumping, he did it! Oh my gosh. 72 damage both times. Both times he left damage on the board.
Why are his cards green? Right for why his cards green? He got there!
Oh,
sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to America's Grandmasters. My name is TJ. Of course, I'm joined by the man himself. It's Neil Bond, and we're here on Saturday, which is day number 2 of week number 2. A lot of twos. There's 2 of us. It's day number 2. It's week number 2. Neil, how you
That's
feeling?
why it's called Trios, TJ. Yep, now Sottle and Raven have finally shut up. We get a chance to actually cast some Hearthstone, not some tiddlywinks, so I've got a bit longer to educate TJ about squaps and squidges, stuff like that, because Sottle said he would pay to watch us cast tiddlywinks. So we are going to work out our boondocks and sort that out for you during the course of the cast, I'm sure. But here is the trio format for week 2, with all the 2s going on. TJ, players choose from a group of predetermined classes, 3 decks per player. Best of 5, just like Conquest, except there's no ban. Same thing, you can't win the same deck twice. And we are in Saturday, so the top 8 has already occurred, and we'll have 4 players left tomorrow. And as promised, we are not going to have many mirror matches today, apart from 2.
Apart from half of them. Hey, on the theme of 2, that's pretty cool. But yeah, so basically how Trio has evolved is, we've seen pretty much the same strategies come out from each individual bucket, right? And there's some players that went against the grain, and of course there's some players that we'll see today that picked buckets that really nobody else picked. Monsanto, for example, kind of came out of left field with his choice. We did see some players in Europe pick it, but as far as Americas goes, is quite unique with his strategy. In the other regions as well, Libram Paladin just did not perform, whereas in Americas, maybe they all beat each other or whatever.
Yeah, they did, right? They've just...
But whatever, there was enough of them, enough players decided to bring the Libram Paladin strategy, the buckets that had Paladin in it, in order to, for some players to have success. And so we have a good amount of Libram Paladin today. So even though we do have some of those mirrored buckets, mirrored matchups, we do still have some deck diversity left here in our top 8, Neil.
The best bit, I talked over this yesterday because I'm want to do that, but this is how the money works, and it gets complicated. What you have to do is get $500 a win.
That's it. $500 a win. Now, it may look confusing because these are not in increments of $500. However, I can assure you it is still $500 a win. And this one doesn't look confusing at all. For every win, you get a point. It's that simple. And right now, we've reached the point where we have 8 players left, thus 5th to 8th place. So everybody that's competing today has earned at least 2 points this week. If they win their match today, well, guess what? They get 1 more point. That means they move up to 3rd to 4th place, which means they get 3 points guaranteed. And then if you win, that would mean you won 2 more matches on Sunday, your semifinals and your finals. 3 plus 2 is 5. And thus concludes our explanation of the prize pool and the points. Our favorite segment, the best segment of America's Grandmasters.
Absolutely. It's all downhill from here. So if you didn't enjoy that, keep watching and watch it go downhill in style. And we've been getting it wrong as well. Instead of $150 for turning up, it's actually $650 for turning up and then $500 a win. Because we were assuming the bottom one was a win, but that's for 0 points, you get $650. So bit of a correction there. We've only been getting it wrong for 4 broadcasts, not many. That's good for us. Let's have a look at what happened yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. We started off with DreadEye versus Luna.
This game.
And, this game, through the immovable object weapon, DreadEye was still able to kill after playing the Kazakhstan. This deck seems to be firing on all cylinders. Made it all the way to 20 mana, and the Solar Eclipse plus Embers was enough to get things done. And even if he hadn't got done that turn, he was probably going to get it done the turn after that. And he didn't get it done the turn after that. It was guaranteed that he would get it the turn after that or the turn after. He was going to win that game regardless of what happened. But this was just a pretty tough matchup overall for Luna. It just never really felt like she could get anything going in any of the matchups. And DreadEye, once again, having some success as he's shown that he's capable of in the past 2 seasons.
And then it was Fled versus the boy who cried wolf, but the wolf seems to actually be real now for Language Hack, and nothing going his way at all in this match either. And played pretty well, I think. Things just didn't work out for him. Came really close in his first match, but just couldn't get there over the course of the match.
Yeah, and he did try and do something different, and actually worked out, right? You see this lethal here, nice little spot from Language Hacker, little mini puzzle. Bringing the buff paladin instead of the Libra paladin, which we saw be quite impressive. And then, yeah, given the thumbs up, had a clap earlier on in the series, but wasn't able to fully get there.
And the story sort of continued here of somebody just not having much chance for Kayla's Luna, really. A mirror match against a playtest partner, but just kept getting Kazakhstan early and then not being able to play the cards, the powerful cards that he got from them, and Pun played a bit more of a sort of steady version of Kazakhstan, took more cheap cards, took a little bit more time to get Kazakhstan, and that worked out really well for him in the mirror, and from there onwards, it was just plain sailing. He got everything he needed in the other 2 games. Yeah,
it was kind of an awkward series, to be honest, the series between Pun and Kayla's Luna, just because there were so many different lines of play that we were talking about, and both players ended up going with completely different things than everything that we were talking about. Not saying that that's a bad thing, but the games didn't play out at all like I thought they would. But overall, looking forward to seeing Pun again and see if he can prove himself, because I feel like yesterday was a little bit too weird for me to definitively say that he did. But then a player that still does not need to prove himself any further, McBanterFace, went to the World Championship in 2021, now having a decent season thus far in Grandmasters, and showed off some exceptional play yesterday. I was incredibly impressed with McBanterFace, as I continue to be more and more impressed by his play.
Yeah, I felt with McBanterFace as well. He finally got a chance to show. We always say, oh, he's solid, he doesn't make mistakes, blah, blah, blah. But that's always been this sort of unquantifiable, yeah, he's good, but we don't know why sort of wording. But yesterday, I felt it was really clear against Gamer RVG, who had a really good match. He tweeted that he made 3 mistakes, like 1 per game or something. But they were... That was a really long 3-0. 3 mistakes is not, and they were minor over the whole course of that match, is not many, but you got to see McBanterFace show just how tidy his play was. You saw the difference between an absolute world-class player and a very, very, very good player in that matchup. I think I'd recommend going back and watching that one, even though you've had the spoilers on the result.
Yeah. Or just forget that you ever watched the spoiler and then go in with a fresh mind. But here's our top 8.
McBanterFace wins 3-0, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, now forget that Neil just said that. And yeah, DimitriKazov versus Flood will be first, then Monsanto versus McBanterFace will be second. McBanterFace coming off a nice 3-0. God! Forget that one too.
Spoilers, just forget TJ ever said that. But don't forget that he said to forget what I said, because you've got to remember to do that.
Yep. Nalguidan versus DreadEye, and then Pascoa versus Pun, the battle of the newbies in America's Grandmaster to round off the day. Yeah, so got a fun one ahead of us. A lot of cool lineups. Particularly looking forward to seeing Monsanto's in action. It's got Burn Shaman and a couple of Kazakusan decks, which is including a Priest, which we got to see a little bit of in Europe Grandmasters. And I think that's a very cool deck. Not as cool as Miracle Priest, but almost as cool.
Oh, the Miracle Priest. For people who weren't watching yesterday or who don't listen to TJ off stream repeatedly, TJ's got a bit of a problem right now with Miracle Priest. He just can't stop playing. He's playing it now. Playing it right now. He's in the middle of a turn. He's still casting, playing 23 cards in a turn, and beating a Druid. I think that's what he's doing right at this second.
No, but I conceded 20 seconds before we went live, so...
So he's miserable now as well. DimitriKazov.
What a great way to start off the day. First I lose to a Druid with Miracle Priest, and then Neil rubs it in my face. Just like McBanterFace's 3-0 yesterday. But yeah, Neil promised, at the end of the broadcast yesterday, he gave a heartfelt promise that we wouldn't see any mirror matches today. Well, guess what? The first match of the day is a mirror. Don't be fooled by the fact that
it's not a mirror. Look at the bottom. That is not mirrored.
I was gonna say, don't be distracted by the fact that the decks are not in the same order, because both players have Libram Paladin, Quest Warrior, and Quest Fel DH. There's a couple differences in cards, and we'll get to those once we start getting into the games where it's relevant. But just wanted to point that out. Let's talk about DimitriKazov. Second season of Grandmasters. 13-13 record last season. 50-50 when you're fighting against the top players in your region is quite good. But 6-1 in games this week. So I think DimitriKazov, outside of McBanterFace, was the best newcomer to Grandmasters.
Yep.
He's the runner-up. The best newcomer, or he won the title, best newcomer that didn't compete at a world championship.
Because you can't win 2 prizes, so he is best newcomer. You can't be best newcomer and champion of one of the Grandmasters. That's how things work, right? The prizes, you can't scoop the prizes. If there's a prize for different things, usually, especially best newcomer, you can't win that if somebody else wins another thing. They're tiered like that.
Yeah, that's just how arbitrary awards work here at America's Grandmasters, and if you don't like it, then too bad.
There's always
if you don't like it, then Neil and I will change it, because we'll
give you an award too, chat. You can have the award for best people watching right now.
Yeah, but you can only win one. So just make sure, because we might be giving out better awards to chat later, and you may not want to be stuck with best viewer, even though that seems good. Let's talk about Fled. This is Fled's 39th season of Grandmasters. He's been around for coming on 20 years now.
Yep.
Which is crazy, because I don't even know if he's 20 years old.
Probably isn't. He might be. But yeah, it's 39th season. First season he played, he got 14-11, improved a lot after that season to go 16-10. Last season and all the intermediate seasons were kind of in between the other 37 seasons that he played. We didn't see that much of him in those 37 seasons, but I'm sure he did great.
Yeah, we weren't here, so this is my 7th season casting Grandmasters.
Yeah. Technically, is mine too. Incredibly.
So, yeah, the first 32 I missed. Unfortunate, but that's just how it works. Okay, so we got a Libram Paladin mirror to start things off, which I promised that I would talk about the card differences when they're relevant, and this is not one of the decks where there's. In fact, there's actually none of their decks as a card difference. It's a true mirror. So.
Yesterday, you came on and said there's only 3 cards difference between these two lineups, and like one of them was just completely different deck. Today, I've got it. I've got it nailed today, Neil. Not going to make a mistake. We're going to discuss all the differences. They're all the same. Amazing scenes to start the show.
It's a true mirror. Same exact lineups, card for card, 90 for 90, the same, and they're queuing the same deck first. Libram Paladin mirrors, you mentioned this yesterday. There's 3 ways that it can go, okay?
Trio.
Yeah, a trio of ways. The first way is one player gets off to an aggressive start and snowballs the game. The second way is the other player gets off to a fast start and snowballs the game. And then the third way is neither player gets a significant advantage in the early game, and it's a grind, right? The game just feels like it stretches on and on and on. And then you got to hit your power card first for what?
So Dimitri will be. What's he sitting in? Where is he gone? Why is he there? Fled's got his light on. Dimitri's in a new room entirely. They've both got a great opening hand, but Fled needs something to buff his knight with, which he'll get from the knight. But I'm confused. Who is this player at the top?
I don't know. He's I'm frazzled. And of course, I mean, Fled's light is on. Gamer RVG doesn't play today.
Of course, yes. So he hasn't got to like sleep before his match because he lives. You know, the other side. We haven't decided whether it's below or above this view of Fled, but it's one way or the other. As you'll recognise from the cams, it's quite obvious. But yeah, because he lost yesterday, Fled has allowed his light on today.
Yep.
Important things.
That's right. All right. So Fled has a 1-drop. It's the weaker of the 1-drops when you're on the play. It does guarantee him that he will be able to get a buff on this. However, he only has a Libra of Wisdom for the time being. And DimitriKazov with Hand of a Doll knows that, hey, I'll just coin out another one. So he can only kill 1, which means I'm guaranteed to have my buff on this minion. And yeah, keep going. Ooh, yeah, this is a solid curve for Dimitri. And Hand of a Doll, next turn, Stoneheart Vindicator, make some more value trades, everything looking up.
Yeah, but Fled does, at the moment at least, have the curve to keep up with it for next turn. Got his own Vindicator, so as long as he doesn't draw terribly for his next 2 draws, Fled should be able to at least sort of keep pace with this, even if he gets a bit behind on the board. There's no sort of mega combo kill that happens in Paladin, so as long as you're not too far behind. Oh, and now he's drawn a Barov, which will almost certainly help equalize if needed. Fled should be okay to hang on into the middle game here, even though he's going to be at a disadvantage for the foreseeable future for sure.
Yep.
Fled, very measured with his water, by the way. Most players only take a drink of water after they win a game, but Fled does it after a win, after a lose, and in the middle of a game. He's very professional about his water.
Important to stay hydrated.
It is, yep. Okay, Dimitri. Going with the Librams rather than playing a 3rd minion down. And chipping away at that damage. This could be relevant later. It seems weird, but again, with no burst, you've got to do the damage with these minions, mostly, maybe a little bit with a weapon later. So all this chip damage is going to be very relevant going forwards.
Yep. And we've kind of reached a little bit of parity here. Fled still challenging the board, is going to be able to get the True Seeker down first.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Actually, quite a good lesson in how the coin works this game, because you only get it once. You don't get to talk about it that much anymore, because it's almost always used on turn 1, as it was here. But now the player going first will have the advantage for the rest of the game, meaning they do slowly get to chip back, and we're going to get a good view of that now as Fled, because of this very first Truth Seeker, just gets a big thing on the board.
Yeah, but now we're looking at double trade for Dimitri, True Seeker of his own. Gets to slap a couple Librams on the True Seeker and then play a Devout Pupil. This is a lot. Being able to have the board initiative sometimes can be better than being able to have the mana initiative, and that's what the coin can offer you in these scenarios. There's also the option for Dimitri to get 2 extra Librams into the Lady Liadrin pool, but I don't even know if you want to clog it up that much. Not clog it up, but okay, just 1.
Yeah, because it does become a problem, especially sometimes in the mirror, where you kill their thing, they kill your thing, repeat until bored. And what happens is one player ends up with just all their Librams in their hand every turn, and all their draws are dead, which can be a problem if you're not careful, which he has been.
Okay, so this play allowed Dimitri to actually get a Devout Pupil, or a Libram on the Devout Pupil, which the higher attack on the Divine Shield minion makes more sense. So even not considering Lady Liadrin, this is still the correct play, because he gets 1 more discount on the Devout Pupil for putting the Libram on, and he gets to put his power and put more power on the Divine Shield minion. So
Bled's going to take some here. Plenty of ways out. He's got Broom, Barov, so no emergency, but he has had to sacrifice quite a bit of health here for this turn. But racing through your deck's also important here.
True strength comes from within.
Both players with the carriel. That'll slow things down. This Paladin mirror as well, not necessarily the most important game in this best of 5. I think both Paladins are really well placed in the lineups against the upcoming Demon Hunter and Warrior decks that we're going to see. So even whoever loses this game will still probably get a win with their Paladin next time they queue it in most worlds. So nice to win the first game, obviously, in case something goes wrong, but you would expect this game to be one of the least important games of this best of 5.
yeah, it does feel like the important deck in both players' lineups is going to be the Quest Warrior. That seems to be the weak link. So if we were talking about, say, a Quest Warrior mirror, then we'd be looking at a much different story. I kind of want to get the Carriel online here. Just because it's expensive, Dimitri could be in the business of reloading going into the following turns. And then you might be able to get more Lord Bra value. So if you play Lifeforge Carrier, you killed 3-1, you knock the Divine Shield off the True Seeker, you get to kill the True Seeker. And then you're looking at, what, 4 attack? Coming at you?
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Devout Pupil?
It also preserves... He hasn't really got any throw... He's only got the Broom and the Knight as throwaway minions into the Barov. Doesn't really want to throw a Carriel in there, and the Viper's going to have a job to do later, so... I think it's a really good play to just take a little bit more damage and come back next turn, hopefully from Fled's point of view, with a cheap minion top deck.
For the Alliance and my family.
So many Divine Shields. We're working out what to do with this this Libra, because it doesn't actually increase his damage output because of the Carriel, so...
Yeah, what it could do is protect against Varian. But he knows there's 2 discounted Librams in the hand, so But usually good to just make your top minions bigger, make it more difficult for Flood to get through to the smaller stuff that's dealing that incremental damage. So Flood, a wealth of options here. One thing to note is both players are playing a Viper. So that makes the game much less grindy, because at some point the object will get destroyed. In this case, Flood has the Viper. Dimitri does not, but it's only a matter of time. He's already pretty deep in the deck. Big question here for Flood, though, is this worth a Lord Barov? All right, trades away the Viper, so now Dimitri's like, oh, yes, a movable object.
Yep. So now they're both going to have a carry-all, and neither's going to have a Viper in hand, but Fled assessing, well, I'm halfway through my deck. It'll come back soon enough. I need something to deal with this board alongside my Barov right now, so that's what he went with.
Ooh. Gets a big old broom.
Yep. Allows him to clear up. And for the first time, he's actually in front at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
However, Dimitri still has his own Barov and he has his carry-all as well. And he's not significantly behind enough that that's going to be a big deal. So now he gets the chance to set up his board. He gets his Liadrin. And we're looking at a match where very small differences are going to decide this game.
Yeah, Flood does have access to both Libram of Hopes. However, they're not that discounted, so there's not much else he can do in the turn. It's, again, nearly impossible to tell who's ahead because both players just have a good amount of, well, Flood had reactive stuff and reacted. Now, Dimitri has reactive stuff and is going to react. And then Flood has proactive stuff, which is then going to be reacted to by Dimitri, and then will still be equal.
I can tell you who's ahead, TJ, because one of them has 26 under their name, and the other one has 17. Therefore,
irrelevant.
In front. He's got 26 health, which is more than 17.
Objection. Speculation.
Uh-huh. I mean, if you're watching a football match and the score's 26-16, not only have there been some weird scoring patterns, but you don't say the team with 16 is level, you say they're behind. Even if they have the ball and the better team, they're still behind. However, eat the Liadrin! Oh.
Broom is... I mean, none of the cards in hand were terrible. For mutants to eat, right? Broom allows for less maneuverability with the Lord Barov. Obviously, Lady Liadrin would have been the best, because if Flood was able to drop a Lady Liadrin and DimitriKazov was not, that'd be a significant advantage. 2 more Libra of Hopes, a ton more Libra of Wisdoms, you know, just a massive difference. So Broom was the worst, but it's not like completely inconsequential.
Yeah, it's irritating, isn't it? And he has the other broom, I think, still. I don't think he's used it, so plenty going on here. Now it's also, we're talking about small differences. Dimitri would really like to use the hero power. Hits the Barov, which is not what you want to hit. I don't think. And, you know, the small differences of using your hero power more than your opponent is another thing to look at in modern-day paladining.
Yep.
That's a big thing now, though.
Why does the immovable object have 5 durability?
Because it's... is there anything that messes with durability? Like,
in
Paladin?
Let's sell Corsair?
Yeah.
I guess.
Maybe they just wanted to highlight the fact that, look at this card, it is a card. We're just going to give it 5 durability, because it's only going to get vipered, or it's just going to be there forever. So.
Oh, yeah. Look how big it is.
It's a big old 5 that stays a big old 5. Is that Doomhammer with more, I want to say, but that might be wrong because I'm doing it from memory and I don't have a memory, so... Fled down to 9, but it's not going to matter because he's got double hope still to come. Did choose to use the Liadrin to get through the immediate problem of the board rather than to be super greedy with his Leaping of Hope, so this board has to get it done to some extent, and it's not going to because of the Barov and the Samuro in hand. Lore Master Sottle with the answer is that Unstoppable Force is a 5-2.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Sottle known for his understanding of Hearthstone lore and WoW mechanics.
Do try to keep yourselves
I feel like you have to have a healthy amount of skepticism, though, when listening to anything that Sottle has to say.
I don't know. I think he really would pay for us to watch his cast Tiddlywinks.
Because if there's one thing that I know about Sottle is that he's often wrong.
I mean, yeah, but apart from that.
Okay, we're going to have a burned card here.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Let's see what happens. If it's the Viper, this could be a huge deal. There's probably a couple of other big deals in there too. Varian would be a bit irritating.
Yeah. Noble
That's
Mount
Noble Mount.
is... Yeah, that's fine.
for the Alliance and my family.
This is the point we always make when we're casting Paladin that we haven't made today because they're playing against each other, is how the boards just slowly get bigger and more irritating as the game goes on. And it's just happening here. We started off with some little 1-1s, then some 3-2s, and now everything is just a monster every turn.
Yep.
Look at them. 10-10. How high can you try? 11-11. Still getting bigger. 12. Trio-teen.
Oh, what's that? The Varian. Okay. Let's give this an old try. Everything is correct outside of Lightforge Cariel.
Okay.
For some reason, the deck chart doesn't like hero cards. I didn't even have time to look at it. So we're looking at, it would draw Pupil and Animated Broomstick, and that's it.
I thought you were in charge of how long it was on the screen for.
Can I change that?
I think you just press it to bring it up and then press it again to take it off.
No.
Oh. Okay. Size of this.
I'm running out of time.
It's difficult. Not quite big enough to deal with this thing. So yeah, he's going to accept his fate of taking a turn of beating and stack up on the Liadrin for
Saddle up.
a different minion shape. All right.
Getting weird.
It's getting strange. Obviously splitting up the Librams to try and sort of keep them out of hand to some extent because he wants to draw cards, preferably Vipers. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know if it is preferably Vipers anymore because he's behind on board. He needs other things to do.
Yeah. Fled purposefully going for the Blade Master Samuro buff to try and get a big swing going. Now with the Lord Barov's gone, we're looking at like one definitive board advancement. Essentially wins the game. And right now Fled has the initiative, and so he's the one. How big is the Blade Master Samuro now? It's been buffed twice.
On hard mode now. There we go. There's the screen. I can see it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now in the position where DimitriKazov massively on the defense, actually taking chunky damage, as chunky as you can take with a Carriel on board, and is now officially behind.
Yep. Well, there's a Viper, but it's not really doing much.
now.
Let's see. There's not really anything that he can use to come back in the game either. It would have to be Broomstick plus something. Can just try and make a big board, but Fled's still in a position where, unless Mutinous is picked up off the top, can guarantee buff this Blademaster Samuro again and clean off much of the board. But here we go. Broom will allow for some cleanup. Not all cleanup, but some cleanup.
Cleaning up the biggest of the stuff, though. Still on 20 health, which is basically 40 health until the Viper appears for Fled. More minions in hand. Fled's Samurai must be getting big now, though. He can make it mega large next turn.
Yeah, I think it's been buffed twice, so it's at 9 attack at the moment.
Yeah, I think so too. We discussed this yesterday, though. I just
It could even be at 10 if one of the Bannermen have been played, which there's only one in his deck.
plus 5 Librams plus more that are coming. It's going to be a gigantic Samurai.
Yeah, it's not lethal even if it is. Oh, wait. No, wait. It depends how big it is. That always happens. All right, it's at 5. So with hero power, we're looking at 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So it clears the board, and then he can...
It's enough.
But he doesn't need all of them.
He only needs to kill the taunts.
He only needs to kill the taunts, and then he can...
Here he comes.
On that is lethal.
Lethal damage. Fled. Behind on board at the start, but slowly got through there. Looked after that Samurai and made it big for this eventuality as well. DimitriKazov did sort of burn through his Samurai. His Broom getting eaten might have been a bigger deal. You did say at the time it was a bigger deal than maybe it looked. So his Barov had to pair with a Samurai to clear up. Fled hung on to his for this exact situation, and it's allowed him to sneak through for lethal damage. Nicely done, Fled. 1-0.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much that Broom ended up mattering.
Yeah.
Because Lady Liadrin is great and all, but it doesn't help to have one big minion a turn, because you can just ignore it unless it has taunt. Even if it does have taunt, if your opponent has 2 big minions, so they can challenge that taunt if they have initiative. So it's all more about the initiative and not the raw amount of stats that you have on board. And so the Broom being by Mutinous ended up being actually quite a big deal. All 3 of those might have even been better than Lady Liadrin with how this had played out, just because of the fact that DimitriKazov was out of swing cards. Or what did I call them yesterday?
Oh, it'll come back to me. When I least want it to, we'll be talking about something important, like the difference between boats and ships.
Pivotal, momentum-changing cards.
That'll do. Is that what you called them yesterday? I mean, that's what you're calling them now, and that's good. But was that what you said?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I think you said something much more concise than pivotal momentum-changing cards. Notice how I said half the letters in that phrase to shorten it for broadcast. Otherwise, we'd be here all day talking nonsense. Fled's queuing the Quest Warrior, and again, that Paladin mirror, Dimitri should get a win with his own Paladin along the line. So the game starts in earnest now, or wherever they live, and it's now about trying to get these less certain decks out of your lineup.
Yes. Yeah, I am in agreement that I think that this deck is the weaker point. In agreement with myself and you, because I said it and you said it.
So you're in agreement with me and yourself, and I agree with you. So that's 4 agreements. I think 4 agreements between 2 people means it's got to be true.
Yep.
Right, so it's sort of a freebie here for Fled. Because he went with his Paladin, if he can now sneak a win against the Paladin again, that would be a distinct advantage. This is the free shot he bought himself by winning game 1.
One extra try.
There's some pirates. Strangely enough, huh?
Weird. Oh, the old turn 1 broom.
Yeah, but anything will work, right?
Yep. He has Noble Bout in hand, just needs a 1-drop because his curve beyond that is quite good. Now can go Stoneheart Vindicator on 3, play the buff, and then Devout Pupil then costs 4. Which is just happens to be the perfect amount of mana. Because he will have 4 mana.
True strength comes from within.
So going to stick to this. Does not get baited by that Bannerman, as juicy as it may seem.
Yep, just going to make sure he gets the board, which once it's gotten, he won't be able to de-gottenify it. Will flare to cause pirates. Until they complete the quest, which is a long way off in the scheme of things, really don't have that much fight back. They have a bit, they have some cannons that go off and stuff, but it's all hands on deck for the pirates to try and keep the board clear.
Yeah. This is actually a really good hand to get rid of Dimitri's opening. It's very likely to just play Devout People here, but then Fled has an easy just Harbor Scamp, equip the weapon, swing it, and then shiver their timbers and still keep the tempo advantage. So
this is a big deal, TJ.
It is.
You can get this done.
And actually has a great turn next turn as well. Weapon already equipped, can go Foxtail Freebooter and Defias Cannoneer to be able to clean up whatever DimitriKazov wants to play. We could be seeing Dimitri lose not only a great opening, but what was I going to say?
A great favored matchup.
A good matchup, yeah. And Dimitri picks up the Rushrock Viper, which Rushrock Viper's value goes down as this game progresses. As soon as Rakar is played, Rushrock Viper becomes useless. So I think he's just going to, instead of playing True Seeker, you hand him a doll now, and you get that Rushrock Viper out of the way.
Nice to see somebody else say that ours like I do. Very nice. But yeah, I agree. And also, from Fled's perspective, this start, the fact he's controlling the early board to some degree, or at least hanging in there on the early boards, is great, right? Because he's headed towards that Rokara. He's headed towards being able to cannon the opposing paladin every turn, which is a huge deal. We said that it's a long way off. Well, it's getting nearer.
Yeah. Still a ways to go. I think the Rushrock Viper is actually pretty huge here because that completely shuts off what Fled wanted to do this turn. Fled would have ran away with tempo if he had that weapon, because he would have had 6 extra damage available to him this turn with Foxtail Freebooter, plus the Cannoneer and the swing. So he's just going to have to play this out.
Why are there so many freebooters? You asked this yesterday and I blanked you, but now I'm asking you, what is a freebooter and why do we want them?
It's a great question, Neil. Let me do that thing where
you go quiet?
I just sit. I get quiet, and then knowledge comes to me.
Okay.
A freebooter. It's a noun, obviously.
Okay.
That I know. A pirate or lawless adventurer. So the definition of freebooter is literally just pirate.
And Stormwind is a place. Is Fogsail a place? It doesn't sound like a place. Like, it sounds like a Fogsail freebooter is a freebooter who fogsails. But a Stormwind freebooter is a freebooter from Stormwind.
I think so Fogsail is just a group of pirates. It's the name of a group. It's not a place.
But it's still a collective word for people.
Yeah. The Fogsail freebooters are a pirate group that's found in Kulturas. Which is the Kulturas is.
Just meditate for a second. I'm sure it'll come to you.
Was in Battle for Azeroth. What is that landmass called? Not sure.
I'll work it out.
They're friendly with the Horde. They allow the Horde to use their base, which is called Plunder Harbor.
That was Good insight there.
Tier Guard Sound, that's what the place is called. Tier Guard Sound.
Well, Fled's nearly out of stuff, but he's nearly completed the quest, so he's not really out of stuff. It just sort of smells that way. Where are you going with your cannons? This could be rather huge, depending how he maths this out for the cannon attacks.
Yeah, I mean,
Should hit the broom and hope to hit the barrel with one of the two shots. And there's a wolf about.
Gotta get through me.
so complete Sukara. So it's not too disastrous. What buffs do we got left here for DimitriKazov? We have 1 Libra of Wisdom, and that's it. That is a Libra of Wisdom. It will be drawn.
True strength comes from within.
And there it is. Libra Wisdom.
Yeah.
Fortune Teller. TJ Sanders.
So DimitriKazov has drawn like all of his early game. Only 4 cards. Oh, whoa. That's correct, by the way.
There's some scary stuff left to come then. And he's likely to draw into it immediately.
Yep. Hard to think of a bad draw with those cards remaining. I guess Aldor Attendant would be a poor draw.
Shows how well Fled's opening hand worked out, though. He's kept pace with the Paladin who drew all the right stuff. But it's going to get so awkward. It's going to be close because of the Rokara, but I think Dimitri's realised 14 health, putting a lot of pressure on Fled right now, with that top deck likely to be a strong one.
Yeah. Now Fled's got to think this through. Do you trade in the Cannoneer into the Lord Brav first? And then play things out? Also, there's this constant question in his mind of, like, do I trade away this Viper, or do I need it just in case? Of course, Carol's picked up.
I think he needs it, right? Because he's going to have a window of opportunity which will get closed by those big cards that are still to come.
Yeah. All right. Truthseeker is not the massively impactful card that DimitriKazov hoped for. It's a big body. It puts a taunt in the way, prevents some damage, but like Lightforge Carriel, Varian, Libra of Hope, those are the cards he's really looking for. Even Lady of the Adrian at this point wouldn't be terrible, because there has been a good amount of Librams, or just buffs in general, played. 2 Hand of Adals, 2 Noble Mounts, handful of Librams, etc.
He really
Actually, not etc. That's it.
All right.
Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, you can see he really wants to push this, but not worth it.
Yep, still going to get to push 1. These Librams are going... Libram? I pronounce it differently every time I say it.
I used to just say Libram every time, and then yesterday you broke me, and now I just say whatever words come into my head, as opposed to my normal, well-structured, thought-out commentating.
Ooh. The Ringmaster's Baton.
Fled's been forced into trading the Viper there. Pretty big deal, though. Double captain. Excuse me.
Good amount of power on board. Ooh, Samuro. You get 3 attacks, so you can trade over one of these, and then it's perfect to be able to clean up the board.
And still have a, what, a 4/6?
What? Oh, yeah. A 4/6, a 1/1, and Blade Master Samuro would be a 3/5.
Excuse me. Wow.
No, that's a 4 attack. It'd be a 3/4.
And gives Fled very little options other than to get a super Juggernaut is kind of his only out here. I don't even know what the Juggernaut would have to do. double hit Samuro.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at like a big impactful weapon like Gore Howl plus a big impactful pirate like Mr. Smite. That is not an impactful weapon, and that is not a very good pirate. Actually, that's a good pirate. It's got a good amount of stats. Okay,
hang on, here's some stuff.
Solid.
Get Mr. Smite. All right, there's hope.
Job's done.
Fled's happier with that one, strangely enough. Oh, and the Mutinous turns up late to the party.
Ooh, that is not good.
You can see from Fled's reaction, he realizes how important this game is. We said about the free shot against the Paladin. He's on the edge of taking that free shot to victory, although we still know that Dimitri's deck is full of good things.
A lot of good things still.
And Fled can't miss a beat. He's on 11. If it ever goes wrong for one turn, he dies instantly. That's an amazing pickup.
Ooh.
The value he's getting. He's keeping up with the Paladin in card draw, TJ. They're both only on 11 cards. Mr. Smite!
Mr. Smite!
Oh, Fled's just saying, don't be bad, just be good. Glimmer of hope. Really nice, but he's down to just playing, yeah, Fled's reaction is like, well, it's going to be something, so as long as the cannon can take off a shield for him here.
Reporting for duty.
What did pirate even do? The sucker hook. At the end of your turn, transform your weapon into one that costs 1 more. Weird.
So it's going to transform and then vanish. Amazing. So both cannons did hit the big thing, the Hope Meister. One play Fled can do is he can trade in all the right-hand cards and draw another pirate this turn.
Yep.
It's really weird.
Well, it may not be a pirate. Could be a viper. Could be a mutinous.
He actually went greedy in that and took a whole bunch of damage, realizing that if ever he's attacked again, he probably loses anyway. And just to keep the 2-2 on the board, just to have that extra impact, he's got Mr. Smite ready to go as well. So next turn is going to be huge.
Yeah, we're looking for Varian Rin.
I do love
It's basically Varian Rin because Dimitri used to do more than one thing in a turn.
Yeah, Fled, unless he has a total disaster, can deal with a thing a turn, but 2 or 3 things in a turn might get awkward. Because he's on 5 health. He can no longer put his face into this to remove shields, based because of how he played last time. As he can. He could armor up first, but yeah.
Not lethal.
I'll put him in carrier range, that'd be scary.
That's to start trading stuff in, unfortunately.
That's some stuff, but like you've mentioned, it's stuff that's only happening once a turn.
Yeah, there's some misses, right? Cario Rome, probably not that good in this situation. Bannerman, surprisingly not that good unless it hits exactly Knight of Anointment. Aldor Attendant is the absolute worst draw. And then, of course, Varian Rin is good because it still has Rush.
Yes. This sort of turn, by the way, I know, it wasn't the most complicated turn, but these are the turns I think Fled is consistently good at, where you've got to calculate how to trade things around and set up the best positions. I think this is one of his big strengths, is getting exact numbers to match other exact numbers. You know, like those games you get where you've got to put the the square peg in the square hole.
Yep.
I'm terrible at those.
All right. So with this Libram, the next draw has to be Lightforge Carriel. I don't even know.
It might not be a next draw.
Yeah. Well, he's at 12 with 12 health. He's effectively at like, or with 10 health. He's effectively at like 24. Oh, no, that is lethal.
Yep. Easy as well, as it happens.
Yeah.
I thought you were right. I thought, this is probably not lethal, but it's going to be close. And then,
well, with one attack weapons and the average pirate in his deck, right? He had like a Bloodsail Deckhand left. He had a Foxtail Freebooter left. He had a Rushrock Viper left. So he was missing a lot of like his average pirate draw off the top, and the average weapon was pretty low damage, but ended up getting combination pirate plus weapon, ended up being 8 damage, which is quite good. So was able to just get the job done. Now Blood's up 2-0, getting the toughest matchup out of the way. A nice early game, being able to just take control of the board. And Dimitri, while he hit the early curve, you saw there at the end when I showed his remaining cards, like all of his big impactful legendaries outside of Blademaster Shamro were in the bottom part of his deck. Lightforge Carriel, Varian Rin, all the Libram Post that they'd been able to come down earlier on like a bigger swing turn with less power on the board, they would have been so much more impactful. So there comes a downside with having a good opening, and that downside is, well, once your good opening is done, you need to have hit the follow-up in order for it to be worth it. And yeah, that's why I don't like Libram Paladin.
I don't like it because it's got a 40% win rate going into this broadcast this week.
Yeah.
And it's why I don't think in general it's done well in the trios. It's done well in America because like 7 people brought it and they all played each other multiple times, so it was guaranteed to go through. We're going to get another one guaranteed to go through today. But I think one of the things with trios, with it being Conquest trios, is the lineups with the more squashed towards 50-50 power curves are the best, because you don't get a deck that can get picked on. When you've got these lineups where you've got the Demon Hunter, one of the best decks in the game, but you've got Paladin, one of the worst competitive tournament level, Grandmaster level decks in the game, in there, you've got a deck that can get picked on. Now, as it's turned out, in the mirror, the Paladin has flipped into the best deck. But overall, over the week, I think the people who have picked the middle level lineups, sort of the ones with the Shaman in with 3 solid decks, are the ones who are starting to do better percentage-wise. Because nothing can be picked on. You've got a chance in every matchup. Like, imagine if 2 of your decks were so powerful they had a 100% win rate, and one of your decks was so bad it has a 0% win rate. You would never win a match because the 0 would always lose.
Yep. That's baseball, baby.
No, it's tiddlywinks.
That's Hearthstone.
That is Hearthstone. And that is a Hearthstone hand that DimitriKazov has in his Hearthstone hand.
Quite good, I would say.
Absolute hand of a hand, TJ. He's going to get so much early damage in. Fled, not picking up any of the early removal, which is also a big deal as Demon Hunter, because you don't have that much. It's not like you're guaranteed to draw into it. Well, I was just kidding.
Job's done.
It's not bad, actually. Flood. Kurtrus is probably the big one. Just because it allows you so much more control over the board. All right, now you just got to figure out which order to play your pirates, and I think this one's pretty easy. Cargo Guard into Freebooter, into Deckhand, play the weapon, Privateer. Well then. Double Fury it is.
Sure, yep.
Demons are now going to be at 4 force.
Relying on a pickup, but yeah, slowing everything down is important, obviously. Just got to keep it to the minimum. There's plenty of health gain. Just survive. If he misses on this draw, he might be forced into a glide, which I have no idea if that's going to be good or bad for Dimitri. But here we go. We're gliding.
I think it's just this.
Yeah. He had a pretty good hand, though, so that's why I wasn't so sure. That's just the same. Some pirates. Yeah, probably a result for Dimitri.
It's a little bit worse in terms of damage, right? The damage department. But better in terms of the like afterwards, like the curve out.
But it's so much better for
Pirates.
Sorry, talking right over you there. Didn't want to know what you had to say, just ignored you completely, said my own thing.
I mean, it's okay, but there's no card draw.
Oh.
So it can go Aldraki Warblades, Smack, and then Fell Barrage, and that's a clear board.
Yep. Game is back on.
And Dimitri's just like, I got more where that came from. Ooh, Fled holding on to the Fell Barrage, okay.
Yeah, being a bit greedy.
I like Raider plus Captain here. Reason being is because it plays around Taltarkar's Fellscreen Blast, because it would mean that all of your minions had 4 or more health. Doesn't play around Talented Darkness plus Immolation Aura, but nothing you can do would.
Yeah, he's seen a glide, right? It's not like Fled sitting there necessarily. As it happens, he has got a lot of removal, but he's not sitting there holding loads of removal that you've seen in his hand for ages. Like, he's playing off the top from a glide. You've just got to hope it's not there and play your pirates in the most piratey way you can. Plus, his curve kind of restricts what he can do anyway, right? He's got to play a 2 and a 3 this turn. He's got to play a 3 and a 3 next turn, so it is just play some cards.
Actually went with Privateer. This would be weak to Arcanist Fellscreen.
Okay, Fled gets another go at that if he wants it, which he probably does because the health gain's handy on the Chaos Strike anyway. Also gets him nearer to a prospective Jace, which is getting important with all these fell spells that Fled has played. Oh my goodness.
That's so much green.
It's just...
more green!
Green! Has all sorts of clears here.
Are not prepared for the green. For this
Might have to use the blast. He doesn't want to, but it's so
green.
clean. Yeah, we used to see this all the time, right? Oh my goodness. We've greened TJ, he's gone. He's lost it. What's your favourite colour, TJ?
Green.
What's your second favourite colour? More green.
Purple. Right? That's Demon Hunter's secondary color?
Yeah, it is.
Green and purple, yeah.
All right.
Dump in the hand. The Fled still needs some assistance. Like, Jace would be incredible right now because at this point he would have cast nearly every single fell spell. He's missing one Fellscreen Blast, and that would be every single fell spell. But we are in the one pirate away territory for Makara. Won't be able to be played next turn, which is a big distinction, unless a 2-cost pirate were to be picked up.
Yeah, the big deal there was Fled having to use his Fellscreen Blast with no buffs, right? Because now he's down in theory to very little health gain, but he has picked up the Eldraki Warblades, which should give him a bit more back.
Yeah,
Warblades are a bit irritating because they kind of use it or lose it in case you get Vipered at some point here. So yeah, he's using it. You don't want to be losing it.
2-cost pirate? 2-cost pirate. I really want to get Rakara down this turn. Yep. So you don't have to worry about holding on to cards because of glide, potential glide, etc., etc. Play the 2-cost pirate, get the Rakara, and then smooth sailing from there. Literally, because it's a boat.
Is it a boat or a ship, TJ? I don't know how much you saw of Europe, but there was a big discussion on the difference between boats and ships.
I know that this is a trap.
I don't know if it's a trap, but anyway, that boat has sailed, so...
Well, he's taking a lot of damage.
Let's buckle swash.
9, 10.
Not enough.
Shiver face.
You could play Stonewall Anchorman and shiver it.
And then get lethal off it.
No, there's nothing that you can draw for lethal.
There's always something.
There's not.
Not even a cannoneer?
Nope. Wouldn't have enough mana.
If you spotted that one in chat, you could have the award for person in chat who spotted a caster not counting mana correctly. But remember, if you choose to take that award, you only get one per day.
Yep. You don't get any of the other awards, which we're going to be giving out a lot today. Okay. Well, Flood's going to be able to actually heal a good amount here. 8, actually. And get rid of the card draw from the Stone Maul.
And come out.
So Flood's got some health to work with, has expendable performers as well. So we're looking at a Fellfire Deadeye, and the game ends.
It does. It's just in Fled's favor, just to be clear. The match ends.
Oh, Mr. Smite.
Mr. Smite. We tried. And that's a massive deal for DimitriKazov, because now he has his Paladin into this Demon Hunter and the Mirror, and suddenly the match is smashed wide open again. You said it, that the Warriors were kind of the key. Well, they both got it done. And that kind of levels it up, even though it's 2-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it does. Now, Paladin is still Libram Paladin after all. It can still find some difficulties, right? Draws the wrong side of its deck, or draws the right side of its deck, but then the right side of its deck is dealt with before it draws the wrong side of its deck, which then after that is actually the right side of its deck, because you need it if you're
rolling
along.
You're rolling well. It's good. So far making sense.
If you understood what I just said, you win the award in chat of understood the most confusing, ridiculous thing that TJ has said today award. So congratulations. But remember, you can only win one.
And also, that one might have more levels, because that's the most irritating, or the most ridiculous thing TJ has said this broadcast so far. So that's only the level 1 achievement. There may be an improved version of that award going on. So be careful, chat. Careful which award you choose.
You could just play it safe, though, and take this one, just in case I don't say anything more ridiculous, right?
That's not very safe.
But this is literally our first match of the day, so there's a lot of Hearthstone left to be played. I'll tell you what. But we still have this series to finish up. Vlad, once again, only needs that Demon Hunter, and DimitriKazov going to go ahead with the Libra Paladin instead of taking the mirror match first. So, decent matchup for him, and that's a pretty good cure to start things off. I might even consider a 4-keep on this stuff. Maybe throw away... Actually, no. I kind of like just all these.
I think I like it too. The Devout Pupil should be close to being on curve by the time it gets there. In fact, it will be on curve, right? It'll be exactly on curve on 4.
It doesn't work out well with the coin, though, because where does the Libra of Wisdom fit in?
You coin your Varian or something.
Coin your Varian?
Or your Carriol or something. Just keep the coin. You don't need it because your hand's curving. It'd be curving.
Well, it was a 4-keep.
Plus, there's plenty of other 1s and 2s in the deck to pick up, which will make the... There you go. Which will make the coin useful at a later stage anyway.
Job done.
Fled squaps into the 1-3.
See, this is the awkward part of the curve, right? Like, if you coin the Vindicator, devout pupil doesn't come down on curve.
True strength comes from within.
Sure. That's fair. But again, he's entitled to have picked up another 1, 2, or 3 to fill in the hole next turn by then.
Yeah.
Not the 3 he was looking for, but yeah.
Ooh!
Need for greed.
I got the need.
Greed.
Need for greed.
That's so much greed. You pay 3 mana, you get your 3 mana back, and you get 3 cards. It's a trio of trios in a trio format. And this is the hard part of the curve. So what TJ hasn't mentioned yet is that because the coin was used on turn 2, this is now really awkward and the pupil can't come down.
Great analysis.
That's what I'm here for. I just don't know what I'm here for, but I enjoy it anyway. Right, so how does he proceed here? Yeah, it's so awkward, right? Because you're letting the 3/1 die to a hero power, but the way that Demon Hunter works is a lot of its damage is dealt in 2s or 3s. So putting something to 4 and just letting the other things vanish is probably safer in the long run. We were also, TJ, as a nice pickup for Fled, accused of not acknowledging that this deck exists.
That what deck exists?
Not the Paladin.
Quest Fell Demon Hunter?
Yeah.
What have we done to not acknowledge that the deck exists?
Something about a mirror match and just pretending the deck wasn't there or something and talking about, I don't know, Loserville or something. I'm not quite sure what we talked about. It was very damning. Yeah, I can see that revelation has gutted you.
Yes.
Well, Fled has all the cards now that you could ever want. And next turn, he is able to get all the health you could ever want. If he's not dead, which he won't be, because Paladin doesn't have any burst.
It's got 4 burst.
Sorry,
right.
I stand corrected.
4. 4 of it.
For the Alliance and my family.
And it costs 7 mana. 7 mana, deal 4. Ooh. Yeah, I think you want to put it on the Divine Shield minion. If you put it on the Devout Pupil, everything dies to Talented Arcanist plus Immolation Aura. If you put it on the Caro Rome does not die. All right, what do I know? DimitriKazov probably thought of something else that's more important than that.
All right, Fell Screen Blast. So Fled can gain as much health as he ever wants here. Reset the game. Wouldn't mean the game is over by any means, because you've just seen how Paladins scale upwards as the game goes on in a big way. And Dimitri's going to have that weird turn 6, turn 7 segment where you don't scale that much and then it's going to go nutty. But Fled is in a position to sort of reset this game and start progressing towards completing his little combo as well. Little way off for that, but he seems to have plenty of health gain. You saw him deep in thought all the way through DimitriKazov's turn, trying to organize all this. And the Fell Screen Blast has just added the levels of complexity to getting this turn exactly right. And whether by choice or necessity, Dimitri's board was quite an awkward one to deal with in the way that Fled wanted to. Obviously, he wanted to deal with it in a way that gains him a load of health, but he can deal with another one that way later. But now he's used the Arcanist. That's going to just be a little bit awkward for him.
Yeah. That was a tough turn. Oh my gosh, what is this?
This isn't a turn. This is just a pass. Do you have to just play the Samurai and put the Librams on it? Is that all we got?
It plays around expendable performers.
Or does it? It's actually quite bad against expendable performers.
One of the performers does an exceptional backflip, parkour, and pokes the Blade Master Samuro, and then he kills the rest of them out of spite. Oh, but then they all spawn again.
That's what I say. Is it actually bad? That
They all spawn to replace each other. Oh, jeez.
The unexpendables.
Yeah. Alfie and Trainer, not good. I guess Chaos Leech.
Okay.
Chaos Leech and just hero power this down.
It's so weird watching a Samuro active on the opposing turn as well. It normally just comes in, rushes, and does its thing.
Yeah. Flood can complete quest here. Needs a double jump first. Yep. Just in case that Spectral Sight were going to draw the second glide, then Jump would draw nothing and he wouldn't be able to complete quest.
Oh, glide. Glide's going to be weird going forwards when the number of Librams improves in Dimitri's hand if we get to that stage. Because could just fill the deck up with absolute garbage.
Yeah.
Oh, Libram Wisdom. Oh, another one.
So, this is tough. Obviously, Lifeforge Carriel seems like it'd be pretty straightforward play here, but, you know, there's a Viper in Flood's deck, and you know that Flood wants to play Kurtrus next turn. Either way, DimitriKazov has a way to deal with the Kurtrus next turn in the form of Varian, but he wants to be able to try and punish him for spending 5 mana to play a 7/7 that has no effect on the board. So I think, yeah, he's going to deviate and go Bannerman. Try to find something big.
Oh.
Ooh.
Where he's sat, that's a really good pickup because he's scared of getting comboed to death and just eating McThermidon. It doesn't really help, but at least he wins the game quickly. This was quite a brave turn, right? Because not playing Carriel means he knows there's a lot of reduced cards, or there's a lot of cards in Fled's deck, at least. Like his hand, at least. Oh, my goodness. And he could just
never be able to kill him
now. Yeah.
I don't think he could lose.
I think there's... Oh, no, maybe not. It'd be a million mana.
He's played every card that had a cost reduction. And very little fell spells. No Furies.
Yeah.
Spell barrages and Immolation Auras. So he knew he wasn't going to die.
Billion mana. Can't catch me. Kurtrus hits the board. It's going to be a sad mutant.
Womp, womp.
Fled is pumped. It must be Game of RBG's bedtime because he's... Yeah, Dimitri gives it up.
Oh, no. Yeah, he knows that it's very tough from that situation. Even if you play Varian and kill the Kurtrus, Fled's got a million mana. Dimitri has almost nothing. Well, it does have something on board, but he knows that glides are remaining, right? So he could just glide back the Varian minions back into the deck. He didn't get Lifeforce Carriel online, etc., etc., etc. Very tough to win from that position. So Fled, nicely done. 3-1 in the series.
Still trying to keep up with Super Fake.
Yeah.
Because he's beating everybody in the Americas region, so he's got to try and catch the people in the other regions now for nothing other than that's something we can talk about.
Yeah.
Takes him on to 7 points, which is almost certainly in the top 8 for the playoffs, and will allow him that confidence to try and get, well, I mean, he would try anyway, but allow him to relax while he tries to get a top seed for the buys in the playoffs for getting first or second.
Yeah, if Fled makes to another finals, near guaranteed, or guaranteed top 8, near guaranteed to even be like up into playoff buy territory. So, well done, DimitriKazov once again. So close, but yet so very, very far. That seems to be his Grandmasters story up until this point, since he's entered the league. Which is sad because I do think he plays quite well. But you know, just hasn't been able to find that success. Had a perfect 50-50 record in that last season. So hopefully he can get things going as we move into week number 3, because he does have some points. And so 1 big week in week number 3. Yeah, 4 of them has gone as 2-2. So in a decent position, but not a great position. We'll put it that way. But that was just our first match of the day. We have 3 more quarterfinals left before we set ourselves up for our semifinal and finals on Sunday. We're going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into our next match, but don't go anywhere. Plenty more to come here from America's Grandmasters right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Saturday here at America's Grandmasters, week number 2 of 2022. Today is March 5th. I'm TJ. That's Neil.
That's me.
Neil.
That's TJ. And we've just had one great first match. I think Fled once again getting it done. There was a period where he wasn't getting it done on Saturdays. Now he just doesn't care about Saturdays. We might not even see him on Saturdays. He goes through so quick on Saturdays now. He's just going straight to Sundays. This is like his Friday experiment. It's going really well. But next week, I think he's just going to get 3 points out of his first 2 games, and you're going to get 1 point per win. Remember, so that's a really good achievement. Straight into Sunday next week. Fled absolutely taking Americas by storm. But 2 players who have been taking Americas by storm for some time coming up now. Monsanto, who, whenever we cast a Masters Tour, every single time it's like, yeah, America's going to do great, and there's just Monsanto on a good score, and then everyone else is like 1-14 and stuff. And like, it's always Monsanto there saving the day for me and TJ as Americans.
Yeah, he's our hero, that's for sure. And he did pick a pretty unique bucket with Shaman, Warrior, Priest, which we've seen some of, but not a lot of. Europe had 2 today, I believe, of Priest, Warrior, Shaman. But America's, we haven't seen any. We didn't see any yesterday. And Monsanto's the only one today. So in the top 12, I don't believe there was any other America's players that had Priest, Warrior, Shaman bucket.
Oh, Europe only had 1 today, and they had 1 yesterday.
Oh, okay.
But still.
Is it the same person?
No. One was Letter, who won the group and got through to there, and the other one was J4, who got to Friday but not to Saturday.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. I mixed the 2 up. But yes, Letta had it earlier today. But not many players. Not that popular of a choice. But here's Monsanto, 7th season of Grandmasters, and has been to a World Championship. Finished top 4, in fact, a couple years ago. 2 Masters Tour top 8s and a handful, question mark, of...
Yeah, 16s and 32s.
Top 16s?
Yeah.
Very good Masters Tour player. I would say S tier, not S plus, but S tier, and has not lost with Bird Shaman.
Nope, 100.00000%, just to exaggerate and accentuate how he is doing that Burn Shaman. 5 out of 5. Best deck in Hearthstone. Love it.
Yep, and is going to be playing the Kazakhstan Priest, which we did see showcased by Letta earlier on. Letta did have some differences in the list, notably playing the Wave of Apathy against all odds removal combo, which seemed to do some work in just the few times that we were able to see it. But this deck is pretty cool, right? You have a ton of removal and Kazakhstan. Boom, that's the deck.
It's like, what am I going to do to win the game? Because Priest notoriously doesn't have win conditions. That's why 2021 happened. As they tried to generate win conditions from boxers and then realized the boxers don't have win conditions, so they just have more boxers in an attempt to generate more win conditions, and there still weren't any, so they had even more boxers, and it just turned into a boxing match in the mirror, and who could unbox the most boxers boxed the opponent into oblivion. But now they just play Kazakhstan and save all the boxing and just make a new deck.
Yep. Sounds about right.
Newbie, McBanterFace.
Yep.
What can we say?
Only his 2nd season of Grandmasters. However, I like how Monsanto said top 4 at the 2020 Hearthstone World Championship. McBanterFace says semi-finalist at the 2021 Hearthstone World Championship.
Something for everybody in my stats, TJ.
Yep. So those 2 things are exactly the same, but different in the way they're worded. So we are seeing now the 2 top performers from the Americas region at the previous 2 World Championships battle it out in a quarterfinals of a regular season week of Grandmasters. The stakes could never be higher.
And on top of that, Monsanto did really well in the season that McBanterFace won, right? Like on the regular season, I seem to remember, and I haven't got this in front of me, but I think he just clearly pulled away from everybody on points, but didn't win the actual title in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because he won 2 of the weeks. He won both the last Hero Standing weeks. Oh, Libran Paladin. This is new.
Yeah, McBanterFace has the same lineup that we just saw from Fled and from DimitriKazov. We have the Libran Paladin, we have the Quest Warrior, and we have the Quest Fel DH. Monsanto's lineup is rounded off, as you saw, by the Kazakhstan Warrior and the Burn Shaman, alongside the Kazakhstan Priest. So right now we're going to get to see Kazakhstan Priest versus the Libran Paladin, and this one can get interesting. Because you can weather the storm of Libran Paladin as the Kazakhstan Priest. You can get there. And then it comes down to like the quality of your treasures.
Which is massively variable, but always good.
I mean, it's always good because they're treasures, right? Treasures are good. But sometimes they're a little bit awkward, or you try and guess what's going to be the best course of action. But I would say that Kazakhstan Priest seems pretty good. You have a ton of ways to deal with the early game in the form of Holy Smite, Condemn, Devouring Plague. A lot of ways to deal with the big stuff, specifically big stuff with Divine Shield, because Hysteria can do some work in that regard. And then the big one, at least for me, is the double shard of the Naru, which can come out at a clutch time to completely reset the Paladin in terms of Librams. Yeah. So you can certainly get to Kazakhstan pretty reasonably. They're not going to just steamroll you with aggression. You're almost always going to find an answer. And then, can you play Kazakhstan safely? You don't have Lightning Bloom, you don't have Ramp, you got to wait till 8 mana, and then play it, and it's the only thing you're playing. And then have quality treasures enough to be able to overcome a turn of not really doing anything. Like that's the big pivotal point in the game.
Yes. You've got to find that slot, which isn't always easy against Paladin to plop it onto the board because of the mana cost. Obviously, it takes your whole turn, and that's going to be the opening. But the big thing is he should get to that opening because all of this early removal is just so much. And just to let you know, if you're not a Paladin enjoyer, because I know some people aren't, many people are, we have front-loaded the show with all the Paladins for you. So after this match, they're done. No more Paladins today.
Cool.
If you are a Paladin enjoyer, enjoy it now because this is the last one today because we front-loaded the show.
One other dynamic I'd like to mention, Mutinous. Because you don't have access to Ramp and you have to wait till 8 mana to play Kazakhstan, Mutinous can always come down before your Kazakhstan.
Yeah, which is obviously and predictably, because why wouldn't it be? It is your own minion, so if it's there, it's dinner time for the fish.
Yeah, and you do have ways to fetch minions, and you do sometimes have the luxury of holding on to minions. There's Call of the Grave, there's Draconic Studies, you have the Drakes, which are called Light Maul Nether Drakes.
Oh yeah, forgot about the Drakes. Forgot about like the great new card that goes in the deck that makes it all function. Nothing important.
Yeah.
All right, McBanterFace. Not just planning this turn here, but I think probably thinking all the way ahead to, do I want to coin Mutinous? Do I just want to play Mutinous? How do I want to make this whole game work? Because with a double 7 in hand and a lot of easy opening turns, a lot to process there for him.
There certainly is.
Oh, this is going to be awkward because we don't see this one very often.
Could just shard.
Yeah, he's hovering over it.
Yeah, just keep the board clean, get it out of the way. Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Yeah, I didn't want to do it because all the reasons you gave in the introduction there, but it just makes everything so much easier for him going forward, so it makes a lot of sense. And filling his hand up with minions, as you were saying, because he's got the double studies. No reason to let that live and get it buffed, and then you get a bad trade with the Libram and everything goes horrible, so force McBanterFace to start from scratch, except now it's turn 4. You've got a little bit closer to your target of playing a turn 6 Kazakhstan, which is now cheaper, by the way, than Mutinous. However, there is no however, it's cheaper than Mutinous.
I wonder.
Yeah. Unless he's forced to play the Onyxian Warden or something.
Yeah, if McBanterFace doesn't get mega pressure over the next couple of turns, then Monsanto is going to have that luxury of just playing Kazukazan really early.
Grant you peace.
Oh, yeah. He's thinking about it. So he will have protection in the hand against Mutinous. The problem is it's not that great of protection. Like, let's say Monsanto plays the Onyxian Warden here, and McBanterFace plays Mutinous but doesn't eat Kazakhstan.
Yep.
Well, then it eats Raid Boss Onyxia. And so that Mutinous is now a 12-12, and you have to play an 8-8 and do nothing else in order to play a 12-12.
Okay.
Now, at least it might also be an 8-8.
Or just get 8 by the Mutinous.
Yep.
Because that's how English language works. All right. McBanterFace. The awkward turn, because this is the turn where he really wanted to save the coin. That was his initial plan when he took all that turn on all that time on turn 2 or 3. That was his decision made, really, to try and hold the coin till turn 6 to get these repeated 7s down. But the way that the game has panned out for him has left him with a fairly mediocre turn 5 because of that. But turn 6 and 7 are going to be very powerful in response to that, of course.
Yeah.
Reminder that Monsanto did have to, pretty much had to burn one of his shards, so unlikely to have that for a while, so he's now having to battle the old-fashioned way.
All right. Heal and go. So, McBanterFace knows that there's 3 minions. He knows that there's... It's not guaranteed to be Kazakhstan, because there was an Insight and a Horn of Rathian. Horn of Rathian always pulls a dragon, so it could be double Lightmaul Drake. It could be 1 Kazakhstan, 1 Drake, and then does not know what the dragon from Draconic Studies is.
But that being said, this is the next to last turn where he gets to play it and actually hit a Kazakhstan. Because any other turn, it's just going to be windmill slammed by Monsanto.
Yes.
If you're going to Mutinous, just do it.
Yeah, you just do it.
Good outcomes? So, I mean, none of the outcomes are terrible. Munch.
That is
13-13. That is...
Nothing a Soul Mirror can't handle.
Uh-huh. Monsanto trying to force himself to look at other options here. I think he's just checking the deck list to make sure there's nothing he wants more of this. I mean, we're hitting that part of the curve we talk about now in Paladin where things start to emerge every turn, but with the Libera of Hope still costing 9, there shouldn't be any huge than expected immediate pressure here for Monsanto.
Yeah.
And turn 7 shouldn't be a disaster. So he should be able to just play as Kazakhstan next turn if he clears these. Plus he's on 29, which means that even if next turn is a disaster, he can still play Kazakhstan, maybe just take some chunky damage, but be okay the turn after.
Yeah.
The no reductions from McBanterFace is really hurting here.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
Interesting. The carry might be a bigger deal than people think because it does give McBanterFace the opportunity to fatigue in some situations against Kazakhstan. You don't always get that much damage, especially now the Locusts have gone. You usually do, but some scenarios now, there are worlds where Monsanto just can't do the required 60 points of damage.
Need some value here.
Got a handful of removal already, but take some more, I think.
Ooh. What was the first pick?
I don't think... what was it? I think it was Fangs.
Okay, that one was Canopic Jars. A Noil Horn?
If you just took jars, then yeah, that makes those jars huge.
Yep.
Book, because she'll get Paladin?
Pure Cold is damage.
Hyperblaster gets rid of a lot of annoying Librammed up Paladin things, but McBanterFace again with his Librams costing 2 still. Maybe not a big deal.
Yeah.
Maybe take the damage. And Monsanto's got a new deck of cards. And McBanterFace still can't play his Libram of Hope on turn 8.
Yikes.
True strength comes from within.
Very likely to be Hand of it all. Yep, there it is.
So looking at this the other way, the way that McBanterFace has drawn through his deck, he has 12 cards left, and they are basic level Paladin cards. Monsanto has 10 cards left, and they're stupid.
I mean, McBanterFace is getting not close. I don't want to say close. McBanterFace has the potential for an OTK.
Okay.
Needs to just keep buffing Mr. Smite with the hero power.
Just buff it like 8 turns in a row. Well, less than that actually, isn't it?
Over and over again. It is 10 attack right now.
So just 5 more buffs, and it's just Smite 30 lol. GG, rack 'em up. Nether Drake gonna do some work. There was a lot of talk when this was revealed, like, yeah, it looks good, but the conditions, you know, Holy and a Shadow Spell just to get off my AoE, but it turns out that just always happens. Just a thing that you do.
Yep. And hit, and then Gift of the Naru. Heal this Kazakhstan back up. Ooh, gets both staves. Yay.
Sometimes you just can't get the staff. Other times, you get them both. McBanterFace into Libra of Hope range already. Oh, this is so horrible. 11 cards left and still hasn't reduced anything.
There we go. And can play this in hero power again. Get one step closer to the OTK.
Yep, half the time. But you don't mind buffing your Samuro either, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true.
In fact, he's considering, do I want to buff the Aldor? He's considering whether to hero power first. Just to have this thing on the board that is actually large right now, because he's up against it.
Yeah, because if you just play the Aldor Trueseeker and then double Libra of Wisdom, just a heal on the Kazakhstan and then a trade is a significant value trade. You could Aldor Trueseeker, then hero power, then double Libram, and then pre-bump the Kazakhstan with the weapon.
Yeah.
It hit that buff hit the Samurai, right?
I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know. Thought about lying and just agreeing with you, but that always ends badly, so I'm just going to say I don't know.
Okay. What do we got here? Is that some jars?
Yep.
Oh.
With the staff. Excited. Just doing their thing. Phew. It's gonna be not very good.
Constructor Fireheart. Great.
Not ideal. But look at the board. Pretty good. Damo's going to take care of this board, but it'll turn into a worse board, so McBanterFace in a real trouble now.
Let's see, has 4 damage from hand, so the Mr. Smite would need to be at 26 attack. It's currently at 10, so we're looking at 4 more buffs on the Mr. Smite.
Probably, yes. Unless you can find anything else to go alongside it. Like a Lady Liadrin to get him some more Librams, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Looks like he's just going to do what he can with Samuro now.
Running out of time.
Yeah.
Can isolate the buff onto Mr. Smite.
Yeah, and I think he's going to as well. He seems to be playing for it. What a way this game could end if he does that as well.
Still, what, 3 legendaries left to be spawned?
Oh,
Battlegore, uh-oh.
Oh,
Yeah, 3 legendaries.
oh, Monsanto nods noddily. Oh, still, he has got to do a lot of damage. Like, we look at this board instinctively and we're like, oh, that's it, that's the game. But you know, it is a carrier he's up against. And there is this clock that Monsanto may or may not be aware of on the Mr. Smite. Libram of Hope effectively heals for 16 because of the carrier.
Yeah, I believe Monsanto also did pick a Neuhorn.
Yeah.
Which, ooh, that's the weakness of his. Oh, is that 15 attack?
15, 16, 17, 18. He's got 19 available with all the other stuff.
Running out of time, though.
Yeah. Well, he is, but the Libram of Hope's going to buy him forever. Like you say, the Noyos would end it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aldor, Libram, buff your Libram. Make Mr. Smite into Mr. Smitier.
Oh, jeez. And Monsanto knows. I know that Monsanto knows.
Yep. Monsanto knows, for sure. He's trying to work it out. The eyes are in the counting position of how much is this Mr. Smite now?
So it's at 19 now?
Yeah.
So 21, 20, or no, 19, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27.
I'm a big Monsanto fan, and I really like McBanterFace too, but I want this to happen. I just want to see it happen.
I know a horn's going to put a stop to it.
Don't look at the top. Never look at the top.
As soon as he sees it, he's going to...
Yeah.
Yep.
And there you go.
Cool plan. Just Anoia Horn is quite a good treasure. And you can sort of see the dynamic of that matchup, right? I do feel like Kazakhstan Priest is quite well positioned, but obviously Mutinous can be a difference maker, and the quality of your treasures can be a difference maker, right? You could see that if Monsanto's treasures were a little bit less on the average quality, given that game state, if he wasn't able to put on enough pressure or had taunts to put in the way, McBanterFace was 2 turns away from literally having 30 damage from him.
And he was able to throw enough sort of chumps in the way to probably buy those 2 or 3 turns he needed. Like just enough awkward stuff combined with Carriol. There was no Viper or anything in Monsanto's decks, obviously, because that would ruin Kazakhstan. So it looked like he would get there in the absence of a taunt minion. And it was a cool plan because he got the idea really early.
Yeah, you could see he was dumping minions to purposefully buff the Mr. Smite, dumping every minion that he could. playing the Blademaster Samuro as early as possible, and just the being able to put taunts in the way was what let Monsanto win that game. Now we move over to Burn Shaman.
Yep.
This one against Libra Paladin, especially Viper check 0. As soon as Lightforce Hero comes down, that really limits your ability to win the game. At that point, you need to like chain together Snowfall Guardians and Brilliant Macaws to the point where you can just push through and like win on board. I do think that McBanterFace is playing, let me just double check. Yes, playing the version without Lord Barov, and without with only one broom. So a little bit less ability to actually like come back from these like massive board states. So there is a world where Monsanto could just go Snowfall Guardian, Macaw, and be able to push enough damage even through Lightforge Carriel. But it's still difficult.
Okay, this isn't the Paladin, but just to finish that thought, even though there's no Viper, it has been replaced with the devolving missiles. And sometimes one of the things that stops the Shaman winning that matchup is the large taunts. So even though it's taken away from the carriel department, it has got the missiles, which maybe you can have forced through your last sort of 12 attack using your Snowfall Guardian or something by getting the taunts and turning them into little things that don't have taunts. So it's not a total disaster that there's no Viper, but none of that matters because he's playing against Demon Hunter.
Yeah, also a tough matchup, because there's nothing really for your Snowfall Guardians to hit. And the Demon Hunter has a lot of healing, and so you usually have to be holding on to a lot of burn. By holding on to a lot of burn, you leave yourself very susceptible to glide, and so you oftentimes have to get a little bit creative to find wins or really snowball the game. And by snowball the game, I mean with snow. Snow is very similar to ice. Ice is frozen, and Wildpaw Cavern freezes.
Very interesting there that Monsanto did throw away the multicast. It just shows how much of a hurry you're in this matchup. The Cavern freezing, stop the health gain, gets the Lightning Bloom. He's going to Cavern him on turn 1.
There we go.
Supposed to play. Bam. Cavern. Now, one of the things that we have mentioned previously about this is against Demon Hunter in particular, if they do get their AoE, their Immolation Auras, if they get an Arcanist with it, the way that Cavern functions is a bit weird because you are kind of forced to have 3/3/4s on the board at once. They can all get wiped out. So if McBanterFace picks up the Arcanist, this game is nowhere near over. He can heal back up. Suddenly all that damage is wiped out, and suddenly the burn is not close enough, it's not quick enough. And there's the Arcanist. So now McBanterFace just takes the damage for a couple more turns, has a sip of water, calms himself down, and plans. Because now this could get quite scary for Monsanto as long as McBanterFace finds a way to heal up.
Yeah.
Is Parrots useless for now?
The thought process here. Whether or not you play the Viper.
Yeah, that is exactly the thought process.
Which I don't think is worth it, because Monsanto probably is going to trade into that. And by probably not trading into that, I mean Monsanto's definitely not trading into that. And then the Viper is worth 3 damage because it's going to get swept up in the Talented Arcanist Immolation Aura next turn.
However, by playing the Viper, this is why it's worth thinking about, I think, and he's actually kept it in hand. You do possibly tempt Monsanto to play an extra minion down. You sort of say, aha, he can't stop me. He's having to play the Viper. And now Monsanto has the same concerns. Like, do I think McBanterFace has it? He did nothing last turn? What's this nothing last turn all about?
He could Zapper and Frostbite his own Wild Paw Cavern.
Yes. And that's a real play, by the way, in case anyone thinks that's...
It is a real play because Frostbite is, what, 5 damage when you, like, at a later point in the game?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to push at least 6 additional damage by blocking McBanterFace's ability to clear this board.
Not only that, he can do it again next turn.
Yeah, but then you don't have another Wild Paw Cavern to replace it, so... But
Yeah,
it's still very likely 6 damage. But I like this play a lot.
This isn't the worst pickup, actually, for McBanterFace, I think. Gets to remove the curse of the Frostbite and kill something.
Yes.
Or he could be super greedy, which is why he's thinking, but no, don't do that. He would die if he went for the Nalguidan play. But this is actually quite a result for him on the pickup. The 6 damage puts Banter down to 15. If he wanted to do the same play again, he could guarantee, not quite a guarantee, another 6 damage. It's not enough, so he won't go for that play again this time, I agree with you. Also has to consider, do I just want to play my parrot and see how I stand? But I think he's got the message that McBanterFace has the clear available. Is the parrot ever going to be useful in the games where this turns around? Like, let's say the parrot gets blown up. Your next draw is, say, multicaster.
Yeah, but then you're walking into Glide.
Yeah.
It's tough.
It just gives it the 1 point. If McBanterFace now has the clear... This is probably only 1 or 2 points of damage later on, much later on, when it's too late anyway. So loading up while he can, because he's very low on spells in hand.
Yeah.
I grow impatient.
So you blow this board up. Question is, do you trade the Viper? Like he's really protective of this Viper. I think it's in large part due to the fact that, what is one draw doing? He could be saving, like, you have to really convince yourself to trade away, because what if you draw Spectral Staff at the top, but then you don't have another draw to complete the quest?
Right.
You need that one extra draw. And I think that's why he's protecting this Viper a lot, because drawing one deeper into your deck is not really doing anything, where that could be a catalyst for quest completion at a certain point in the game.
It's going to be close. Because Monsanto has nothing doing here.
Yeah.
Weirdly, I think that McBanterFace is probably slightly favoured from here. But that can go wrong in a hurry, because his deck is just full of draw. And he only needs to heal once, and yeah, Shaman can do 30, we know it can, before chat gets all excitable. But realistically, if McBanterFace gets a situation where he heals up for 10, which he might with this greed, the game gets very hard.
30 with both natural zappers being played?
You can get a couple of Phoenixers, and there's a lot. You can overload for a lot. There's you can sometimes make.
He's already used a Bloom too. It's difficult from this point, especially with
hard.
Glide. I would say it's impossible.
Brucan hero power can happen.
I would say it's impossible with Glide existing.
With Glide existing, I agree.
Reset.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. At some point, it's going to reset, and yeah.
If you're in chat and you worked that out before TJ managed to interrupt me and correct me, you can win the prize, if you choose to accept it, of Glide Spotter. but it's the only prize you can have. And the only title.
Glide is like simultaneously the most talked about card and the most forgotten card.
Yeah. If you remember the glides there,
you talk about it so much, you complain about it, and then you queue up another game of Hearthstone, and you've already forgotten about it and never play around it.
And then you get glittered again.
Yeah.
But somebody in chat is now a glide spotter, and they will never make that mistake ever again.
Nope. Because they have an award to show for it.
Uh-huh.
All right, there's Multicaster.
I've heard of it.
This is only a draw 2. There's only been Frost in Nature because of Lightning Bloom. And the Frostbite. Still good, though. Still draws cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Banter's gonna do the thing. He's gonna gain a load of health. He's gonna have a 12-12. He's gonna gain even more if he wants to swing, which he probably does, because this is probably the only turn where he can die from what you've said, because glide, blah, blah, blah. Next turn he plays Kurtrus, more blahs. And now has 3-turn lethal, which is, I mean, the 12-12 never connects face because it just gets frozen to infinity in battle. But
Yep. But it clears the board, and now McBanterFace is like, I want you to build the board because I have Kurtrus and then DreadEye plus Expendable Performers, so I'm in the driver's seat.
And he's driving.
And Monsanto, you're in the back seat, in a car seat.
Being driven.
And I didn't even give you any snacks.
Wow. 2 stars, won't use again. Would have been 1 star, but it was going forwards.
Well, Snowball Guardian is a 4/4.
Yeah, I think that's what Banter's trouble is. He's like, is that it? Is that what you're going to chuck at me? A 4/4?
That's it. That's the play.
A 4/4, you say? I laugh at it and pass back to you. Your go. It's just brilliant. It's like, yeah.
I have given up everything. What have you sacrificed?
Funnily enough, it's the perfect size.
Yeah. It's back to 35 now. All the early cavern action, all of that hard work, undone. And lethal next turn in many circumstances. And in those circumstances where it's not lethal next turn, Monsanto didn't do anything.
Could just brew Khan. And would have to bloom out Wind Chill.
You could go with 2 3s and close his eyes, but yeah, probably have to do the Wind Chill. Also a world where he wants to studies now to try and find a Phoenix, because he knows this game doesn't go more than like 2 more turns, even though it doesn't look like that's going to work. Yeah, looking for stuff. That's how far behind he is. And he is going to do the bloom.
I like this play because he's going to need to hit like damage multiple times in order to have enough damage to win the game.
Keeps him alive. This is very strange. This Viper is just tormenting McBanterFace every turn. But I don't really want to waste my...
Still hasn't gotten rid of it. You probably just clean these up and that's it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think he can probably trade the Viper at this point. Yeah, okay. Glide Oh no! Do you even want to? This is like the perfect hand. It's not the perfect hand, but you know.
I don't think you don't want to do on 8 mana anyway. I don't think there's no hurry. Because you can just play whatever you draw and then glide. Could have glided and then played Kurtus afterwards. Maybe that'd be more of a thing.
Last battle cry played was Brucon, so can't get another wind chill. Oh no, has a Sleepbreaker in hand. What am I talking about?
Yep, so I think he will probably play the Sleepbreaker first, Wind Chill the 12/12, then play the Stew so that his Parrot can get him more stuff, because he's just not able to get enough stuff otherwise. But now he's drawn the Cavern, he has other options because it's a Cavern.
Yeah, but Cavern just puts more stats on the board, unfortunately.
Yeah, but it stops your opponent attacking if you connect once, so it's tempting in that regard. But no, you're right.
True, yeah. So maybe Caverns is worth it in that case.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Yeah. Oh, he's having to Frostbite as well, so now he's not only committed to getting value from a Steward of Scrolls, he's also committed to trying to get some damage from the stuff on the board, because he knows he needs minion damage to win as well. He's 5-0 at 100.00000% with his deck. This is probably why. He's finding creative means to have a chance in a chanceless situation.
Yeah. So it's not lethal, right? Because it's only 8 hero power resets. So we're looking at 18 points of damage. Plus a Fury is 22 points damage.
It's 8, 16. You get the one you start with. That's 18. Your Fury
22, right?
Yes.
Shadows grow long.
Both gone quiet. It's that moment where we doubt ourselves, because in the past we have historically occasionally made mistakes. We know we're right.
Yeah. Well, he still has a 12/12 on board, and this now opens up the possibility for a glide, and looking for Jace also. Like at this point, there's probably the most amount of stats
26.
that.
It's 22. Sorry, I cut you off because I'm stupid. Carry on, TJ. Sorry. Most amount of stats that we got to.
Yeah, it's the most amount of stats that Monsanto's probably ever going to play, and now he gets us out of the way so he can glide and look for something different like the Jace. So I think this was the right time to go for it.
Yeah, there's no health gain for Monsanto, so he's going to be constantly under pressure. Yep, identifying. We haven't done this for a long time. I can't remember what deck used to do it. There used to be decks that you just took it while it was there. Probably some sort of paladin before he got brawled or something. I don't know.
What, everything can happen?
Yeah, it's something like that.
Or anything can happen?
And now it's just mutinous can happen. And often does.
Well, joke's on you, McBanterFace, because that wasn't the most amount of stats that Monsanto could play.
Yeah. Unlucky. There's the Viper. Again.
And it's gone.
And it's gone.
Searching.
This is why I like Shaman. It's been destroyed in this game, but it's still in there, hanging in, trying to play some Hearthstone. Or trying to not play some Hearthstone a lot of the time, but you know what I mean.
I'm picking up what you're putting.
Lethal, by the way.
Yep. Nice spot there by McBanterFace, and equalizes the series at 1 apiece. Looked a little bit rough at first because of the Bloom Caverns, but navigated that a tough situation pretty well. Obviously had access to the removal necessary to be able to deal with it. But the Frostbite put a wrench in that plan, and then he removed the wrench and carried on, and was able to navigate quite well from there. I felt like his timing on the Fellfire DreadEye plus the expendable performers was spot on, and just a nice all-around game for McBanterFace.
Demon Hunter out of there, which isn't the biggest surprise. It lines up pretty well. And once again, we're getting into the meat of this best of 3 as it is now, with Shaman and Warrior versus Paladin and the other Warrior remaining.
Yeah, the Kazakhstan Warrior, I'm always a little bit skeptical of.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I feel like we've seen it fail so many times. But in the wins that it does get, it just it doesn't have like these spectacular wins like Kazakhstan Druid, right? Where it just kind of chugs along and then eventually muscles its opponent out of the game. I feel like in most of the Kazakhstan Warrior matches that we've seen, Kazakhstan wasn't even a factor. It was like remove all their stuff, play Rikara, raid boss Onyxia, it sticks, and then you win. That's just going based off of my feeling, but
all of the Warriors are running at sort of a bit under 50%. They were sort of 45%. That's this week only, because I deliberately filtered it by this week only because of the weird metagame.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fair to count Warriors that were brought against real decks, right? It's Warriors in a trio bucket that's deliberately awkward to make them a little bit weak, so I thought I'd filter it appropriately. And they're all between 44 and 45%. Whatever you bring, whether it's Kazakhstan, whether it's Charge, whether it's Quest, the Cthulhu Warrior went 1 and 5, but apart from that...
Oh, yikes. Leandro Leo, whew.
That was a shame, actually, because he did get within 1 game of beating Luna. Then we've got to see that lineup.
Yeah. Another day. Another day, another dollar. $500, actually.
And no points. If you get to another day, you always get at least $500. That's how it works.
Yep. All right. No Bloom this time around, but still does have a reasonable curve with Sleepbreaker and Wildpaw Cavern being in the opening hand. And we talked about this matchup a little bit before we watched the previous match versus Demon Hunter, where no Viper in Monsanto's deck means Lightforge Carol coming down at any point could be quite devastating. And Monsanto would then have to rely on board damage in order to win the game. So we'll see if it comes to that.
And this is a weird matchup as well. You both have periods of the match where you're allowed to be in front. So the Paladin's allowed to be in front at the start, the Shaman's allowed to be in front in the middle, and the Paladin's allowed to wrestle the board back. And the weird thing that tends to happen is the Paladin gets like infinite minions on the board, large things that you're never dealing with. And again, the devolving missiles might be a factor in that later on. But the Shaman gets 4 turns of just freezing that board, looking for one way through and gathering all the damage as it goes. So even in the absence of Carriol, if the Shaman can do chunky damage in the period where it's allowed to be in front, it will often win. And if the Paladin hangs on through that period, which is sort of starting about now, with the Cavern coming down in a moment, then the Paladin will often just put up a wall of things. And yeah, you might have a 12-12 that can get through, but not much else to go with it as the Shaman. This is the beginning of that tussle coming up right now. Oof.
A big old tussle.
Tie-break tussle.
Has pretty good ways to sort of measuredly deal with this Wildpaw Caverns. Carriol for this turn. Next turn, just stats on the board. a noble amount on one of these 3 attack minions.
Comes from the field.
Oh, I have news as well. Remember yesterday when RVG got a noble mount and McBanterFace was like smiling? He got a noble mount. Apparently, in playtesting, McBanterFace was complaining because he never gets anything other than noble mount. RVG.
Ah, okay. See, I told you. I told you there was something fishy going on there.
Yep. So when it happened,
You were way too smiley for just a normal thing happening in a game of Hearthstone.
Yep.
I told you.
Yeah, that was sort of continued from their playtesting that he always gets noble mount. You were right.
Okay.
Way too smiley.
Yep. Case closed. All right. This
If you
case,
knew that in
however,
chat, you
case
can
of
get telepath as your award.
and you get the award of watching yesterday and today, so knowing the ridiculous reference
Yes.
that TJ and Lorinda made.
However, we're now entering the phase. Yeah, this is the phase where he's lost the board, so he's got to try and get lucky now, really, by getting a way through. But devolving missiles in his deck gives him that opportunity to get lucky.
Is this, though? Because he's got Snowfall Guardian into Macaw, into Snowfall Guardian, into Brucon. So we're looking at a potent curve in regards to damage.
We are, but this is where the Paladin starts churning out a lot of taunts. Now, it might not, because he hasn't got them, but quite often there's pupils and all sorts of stuff. So, although you've got this potent
Pupils?
curve, just anything with taunt, devout pupils.
Oh, okay.
Not like students. The Paladin tends to just churn out the stuff at this point. Also, there's a fish in the hand from McBanterFace and a Mr. Smite.
Yeah, but by the time those are playable, the minions that McBanterFace is worried about will be gone. I imagine this will just be a don't do anything. Oh, nope. Okay, never mind. He's going to attack and then freeze. All right. Because he's going to freeze again.
Yes.
And it's a lot of damage.
And no taunt to put in the way, because you only need to hit the unsaid thing here that we're unsaying is that 9/9 probably only has to hit face once for this game to turn.
Yeah. In fact, this will be a 2-turn lethal setup. McBanterFace was hoping for hope there, Labor of Hope. There's been a True Seeker played and 2 Aldor Attendants, so it would cost 6. So you'll be able to play it next turn and potentially block Monsanto from going for this setup. At the moment, there's not really anything stopping Monsanto from just going Snowfall Guardian next turn and then winning the game on the following turn.
Yeah, as long as because he doesn't attack with the power, as long as he doesn't attack with the wrong things at the wrong time, he needs to be able to force his way through. From his point of view, we can see it's not there, but through a potential army of taunts.
Yeah.
And here we go.
Because this will still be enough damage. You can attack this turn. You can net the damage this turn. And then you freeze. And then that Snowfall Guardian will be 11/11.
Yeah.
So then next turn you have 14 plus enough.
Unless you get carried, which is the big talking point we talked about at the start of where we do the talky bit.
Yep. So hoping for no carrial. No carrial. And
No
so
carrial game.
now, is there anything to be done? Mr. Smite plus Libram. That would save him from some things.
Let me think.
Right? If you take the 3 damage off the board.
It would. Yeah, I mean, every 3 damage is a spell removed from your opponent's hand if they don't have any spell damage. So, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So now Monsanto needs spell damage, another burn spell.
Another parrot because the board is full.
Yep. The board is full. A lot of things. Brucon by itself, not lethal. Lightning Bolt, Serpentine, not lethal unless the Serpentine gets a mini mage.
Or the Dungeoneer hits.
Or the Dungeoneer hits, or Lady Vash from Serpentine Portal. Or a Lightning Bloom. Brucon plus Lightning Bolt. Bada bing, bada boom.
And good deal.
That'll be 2 and up.
Yeah. He looks good on this Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, he completely understood his, like, what his game plan should be there. And that's just to go for that Snowfall Guardian train as early as possible. He recognized that he had the hand to do it. He recognized the order in which he had to do that, how he would curve out, and had plenty of turns to find the damage, played around Mutinous. The only thing that could have stopped him there was Lightforge Cariel.
And I think he looked good on it against the Demon Hunter, honestly. Like, he was in a really tough spot and was almost never going to win that game. But he understood how much value he needed to generate and how his win condition was going to play out if... In the worlds where he did beat the Demon Hunter, he knew how to create those worlds, which was pretty cool to see as well. So he gets back to 2-1 and is left with his Priest?
Warrior.
What am I looking at?
Probably a Priest.
I'm looking at a Warlock, which is confusing me. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's a Warrior. I understand now. Cool.
All right. So here it goes. Kazakhstan Warrior. Much different than the Charge Warrior in the fact that you have a little bit less amount of dead cards in your hand for much of the game. Still have some, like Ray Boss Nixia and Kazakhstan early on in the game, right? But you're able to pack in more removal, right? You're able to play double Blade Storm, you're able to play double Brawl, you're able to play Minefields, still the Shield Shatter Frozen Buckler combo, other way around. So it's just a matter of keeping the board in a stable enough position.
Good luck with that.
Play Kazakhstan at a certain point.
Good luck with that. Look at McBanter's hand.
I mean, the Trogs aren't even that good, though. Like,
they get buffed. When they get buffed, they get good.
Yeah, but then you can, like, fill the board up with Trogs and then Brawl. And
true, but that's turn 5. But yeah, sure. I've got a bone to pick with you, TJ, as well.
All right.
You told me yesterday that one Brawl was standard on ladder, and I said, not now you've said that. And my very first game this morning, I got coin brawled on 4 and couldn't win because of it. Because now people are all playing 2 brawls. It's all your fault.
You got coin brawled on 4. Did you get brawled after that as well?
I mean, I was going to, quite clearly. I didn't because I just cried and started shouting your name across the room.
So what is this even about?
You making people play
You don't even have definitive proof that this player was playing 2 brawls.
I've known you a long time, TJ. I shouldn't need to provide definitive proof. It was anecdotal evidence, and that's plenty.
Well, anecdotal evidence is still evidence. Anecdotal does not mean presumptuous.
Sure, let's go with that.
Wow, that is a word, and that made sense. I'm surprised. What am I becoming? I'm becoming subtle. Yikes.
Don't do that.
I'm saying big words and they make sense. Who am I?
And I'm understanding them. What's happening here? Becoming Raven. Waiting for Discord to light up now. No, you're not. Go away. Leave us alone.
You either cast as a hero or live long enough to see yourself become Sottle and Raven.
Oh no. I never thought I'd see the day, TJ. McBanterFace just providing a series of different shapes to deal with and as much stuff as he can. His pupil's down to 4 already. The devout pupil, you know, the card that exists.
Yeah, for some reason I just forgot that there was a card that had the word pupil in it.
So if I said the devout, you'd have known what I meant.
Yeah.
Or the freebooter. You'd have had an idea which of the 17 cards in the deck I was referring to.
Yep.
Got it.
big question here is, are you playing Kazakhstan on curve? And if so, does that mean is on curve equal to coining it? Like,
This is interesting too. McBanterFace had a long think about, how much do I need to commit here, and came to the conclusion that he had to take the chance, even knowing that there's double brawl up against him. So I'm interested to see, given that he knew that was likely, how much is against him. But when you look at it, he went from a 1 in 4 chance of a good minion surviving a brawl to a 2 in 5 chance by having 2 good minions out there. And I think that was probably part of why he did it.
yep.
He raised, he counted the 1 attack minions as like don't want them, and raised his chance of continuing some sort of attack, which I think is quite cool.
Yeah. Okay, what do you want to do here? You can just play second True Seeker and Libram 1 to soft play around Bladestorm. Could play just like Hand of a Doll and Devout Pupil.
Is there a world where he can set up? No, okay, I'm being stupid. I was going to try and set up, because I can see Monsanto's hand, to play Mutinous and the Pupil on the same turn for 7, and because I can see the hand and I know it's going to eat a raid boss, have different things to play around Bladestorm, basically. It's convoluted. I am turning into Raven.
Well, I mean, this is still pretty good. Like you said earlier, just make a bunch of different shaped shapes, which McBanterFace is doing quite successfully. You have a small shape there, a large shape, and then a slightly smaller but still pretty large shape. This is a nice clear. Oh, not a clear, actually.
Don't you normally define shapes by like the number of sides and things like that, not just by this is a large shape, this is a small shape, because it doesn't actually help define which shape it is. It's just a bigger version of the same thing.
I can define shapes whichever way I want.
Okay, you go ahead. But if I squat your wink, don't get upset.
I'm gonna blitz.
You gotta try and...
You better be careful.
All 6 winks at once?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
When I'm backed into a corner, I blitz every time.
Well, I'm gonna have to try to gromp your blitz.
You wouldn't dare.
I would. I would, TJ. I'm one of the best grompers out there.
McBanterFace really trying to present some shapes.
Yep.
And this is, again, it's a 1 shape, a 6 shape, and a 7 shape.
Yeah, because the 7 shape is a 6 shape. It's got cellophane over the top. So when you're trying to put the shapes into the holes, this one just doesn't go in because it's got something on top of it.
Not quite. Ay, ay, ay.
You feeling very 1 in 3, Monsanto? You feeling 1 in 3?
So, it could just Rikara. Yeah, I was gonna say. Try and find some different sized
removal
holes for the shapes.
Minefield's kind of good because that changes shapes into other shapes. Mr. Smite? 19?
That's exacties. There it is, off the top. Yep. All right. Wow. Okay. Kazakhstan Warrior just got steamrolled by Libram Paladin. Oh, that was a sight to behold. And
smites to behold.
That was a smite to behold. So McBanterFace ties up the series and now come down to Warrior versus Warrior. However, they're much different. Quest Warrior for McBanterFace, Kazakhstan Warrior for Monsanto. So this matchup, obviously, Warrior has Kazakhstan Warrior has the tools to be able to get to that early game, but it takes a while before the win condition comes online. And that's enough time for the Quest Warrior to get Rakara, keep pushing consistent damage each and every turn. Trying to find a safe turn to Kazakhstan can be difficult. Oh, it can get messy.
Yeah, I'd rather be the Quest Warrior. I looked it up for Sottle earlier, but there's been a game since then which I didn't remember the result of. But I think that the collective control-y Warriors were 4 and 7 against the Quest Warrior, and I'm pretty sure the Quest Warrior won that one as well. So I think it's like 4 and 8, so 33%.
Yeah, pretty poor.
Which feels about right. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd look at the decks on paper and you'd be like, well, not on the paper with the stats, on the paper with the strategies.
Yep.
And you'd think, oh, wow, Kazakhstan were a ton of removal, a lot of armor gain against a relatively aggressive deck. Seems good. No. But then you see it play out and you're like, wow, that's just a constant barrage, a literal barrage of cannons and pirates.
Because it feels like Bladestorm should be really good in this matchup. Like, really, really good. Like, the shapes are kind of the same shape, the same size, but they're different enough.
Well, and it's not even that. It's just, okay, sure, you remove this board. Well, what about the next one?
Yeah.
All right, you dealt with that one. Well, what about the next one? All right, well, you have 8 mana. You can play Kazakhstan. But if you do, there's still a board. There will always be a board. There's never not a board.
And then, when eventually there might not be a board, you play Rakara, and then there's infinite boards.
Yeah. And infinite weapons.
And that's a lot of board and weapons for a Warrior deck that kind of just goes 1 for 1 all day long. Yeah, there's brawls, but they're 5 mana to remove about 5 mana of pirates, so it doesn't even get you much of an advantage.
Yeah.
Gotta get through me. Load it up.
All right,
But
our
here's-
attack's
yeah, this
incredibly
is-
important. Yeah. Just going to allow Monsanto to kind of keep up. Remove the board without actually having to spend some of the premium removal. And drawing cards can sometimes be difficult with this deck, right? Obviously, you have Corsair Cash and like Cutting Class. But Cutting Class is very expensive if you don't have like Outrider's Axe or Rakara. And you're not really cycling that quickly. I mean, in the past, for a control deck, you'd think that this deck actually had a lot of draw, right? Control decks used to just, you get a card. You get 1 card a turn, deal with it. But nowadays, it's, even though it's a good amount of card draw, compared to some of the other control decks in the game, it's not a lot.
Yeah, for modern Hearthstone, like, it still gets the cards it was getting 6 years ago, fewer, because there's no Acolyte of Pain anymore, and everybody else just gets cards now. So you have a card, you have a card, you can have a card. Cards for everybody. Card. Freebooter of the Fog Sail variety. They come from a place that is affiliated with the Horde, apparently.
Semi-affiliated with the Horde. They let the Horde peacefully gather and quest in the area that they control.
Yeah. That sounds
I
like...
wouldn't necessarily call it an alliance. I would call it more of a mutually beneficial partnership.
Symbiotic relationship.
Sure, yeah.
Look at me! Now I'm turning into Sottle using the big words.
What now?
It wasn't that.
I understood it.
Yeah? What have we become? If you understood that word in chat, you can also have an award. But choose wisely, because some of these awards are good and some of them not so much. So just have a think. If you want to be titled...
We're not even halfway through, so we got plenty more to give away.
Word Understander. You can give yourself the title of Word Understander. We'll allow it. They're not physical awards. They're just things that we're allowing you to call yourself.
I must choose.
So we've hit the interesting part of the game, which is weird because this is the part of the game where we're talking about awards in chat. But this is the part where McBanterFace has run out of stuff, but is about to complete the quest.
Still a little bit away, but yes. Wait. Monsanto. No mutinous. Okay. We saw Frozen. He actually talked about this in his winter review. Frozen 1, Week 1, with Kazakhstan Warrior in the lineup. Talked about like the risk reward of playing mutinous. Mutinous is just crazy good in this metagame. So many good targets, so many decks that rely on a single minion or just very few minions in their deck that are crucial to their win condition. The problem with playing Mutinous in Kazakhstan Warrior is that it's not a dragon. So if you have Kazakhstan and a safe turn to play it, but you haven't drawn Mutinous yet, Kazakhstan is not active, so it's just an 8/8. Doesn't actually give you treasures. It worked out for Frozen. Monsanto opting not to go for it, which is a safe choice if you want to look at it that way, and a risky choice if you want to look at it another way, because sometimes Mutinous is like required.
And you can't get any help from the art because his eyes look both ways. If you try to look at it one way or the other, Mutinous is not helping you. And McBanterFace's deck is not helping him right now.
No.
And this could be one of those rare warrior Kazakhstan warrior victories because of how he Monsanto is able to start to protect his health here. But there's still a heck of a long way to go. Things can still go horribly wrong for Monsanto, even now.
Yeah. Still hasn't found the Kazakhstan. Obviously, like you said, plenty of time. But damage can start to pick up quite quickly once Ricard is actually played. It varies wildly. Sometimes you get a 1-attack weapon. Sometimes you get a 7-attack weapon. Sometimes you get a 2-1 pirate that does nothing. Sometimes you get a 6-attack pirate that gives your other pirates charge. Like, it varies wildly.
He has to play this, right?
You
can wait
halfway through the deck, just played a minion. Monsanto, if he had... No, you don't play it. You don't.
You don't? I think you...
Monsanto just saw McBanterFace with 6 mana pass a turn. What does that mean? That McBanterFace probably has Mutinous in hand. If McBanterFace has Mutinous in hand...
Nice.
You wouldn't play this Onyxian Drake if you had an important minion in your hand.
Yep.
Because you'd want to protect that important minion at all costs.
Yep. That's a really good spot. I am impressed, TJ. That is super logic. McBanterFace has got there as well. That's super nice. Ooh. That was nice as well, I think. Yeah?
He was going to shiver that Onyxian Drake's timbers, but...
It was.
The cannons had other plans.
He could still have done it and pushed the 1. Probably better to save your timbers, but, you know, there's an option. Imagine now that he loses by 1 health at the end. He's like, I should have pushed the 1 by wasting the timbers.
If he's 1 damage off lethal at the end of this game and still has a timbers in hand, then we can come back and revisit this because I love being results oriented.
That's the best way. Very hard to be wrong when you look at the result in advance and say, this is the result.
Yeah.
Perfect logic.
Ooh. Taking more damage. So now McBanterFace There's been 2 additional draws. Probably wants to play Mutinous. Yep.
There's nothing else to do, and wah, wah.
Womp womp. Yeah, because after this, as soon as Monsanto
Kazakhstan.
picks up Kazakhstan, he plays it.
Yep.
So that is correct timing for Mutinous.
Oh, no.
Gave him 2 more draws.
And because he's seen it, he can pick raid boss from there, and oh dear.
Oh, bother.
Golly gosh.
For the record, that's not a British accent. That was a Winnie the Pooh accent, which I'm entitled
I'm sure that's much better.
because Winnie the Pooh, the sign above Winnie the Pooh's door says Sanders. Fun fact.
Really?
Backwards S. Yep.
Wow.
I am a descendant of Winnie the Pooh.
Never knew that. I thought you were a descendant of people who visited Skegness.
What now?
McBanterFace. Remember that thing you were saying about shivering your own Anchorman a couple of games ago?
This might actually be one of those situations. This more so than the previous situation, actually.
What now?
Yeah, it's actually realistic because he's so far struggling and he needs to get this quest done.
Yeah.
Oh my. But retains his sanity, unlike us, and does just play sensible cards.
Yeah, but McBanterFace is gonna be in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
Raid Boss Onyxia most likely coming down here.
Yeah, and 34 doesn't last long against this lot.
Yeah.
Draw a card, play captain, and hope your cannons are godlike.
Well, they don't even have to be godlike. They just have to hit whelps. Because right now, McBanterFace just needs to get rid of these whelps. Because he has double shiver in order to deal with the actual Onyxia. Just has to make sure that it's not immune when that takes place. But Monsanto playing fast. It's not lethal, I don't think. Yeah.
He's got everything.
Not that much. But gets to gain 4 more armor from this, and that also deals 7 damage to McBanterFace.
Do I kill the 7-2 and have a think about it?
Well,
I mean, he's going to, but yeah, you know.
I think he's thinking about whether or not to kill the 4/4, but he could just shield slam it and still push these 2-1's face.
Take 21, Anchorman.
McBanterFace needs like Bulwark. Gorehowl. Mr. Smite? What? No way that's lethal.
13, 14. I get to about 20-something that I can't count any higher. It's not 38 anyway. Promise you that.
13 plus 5 is 18. Plus 3 is 21. Plus 3 is 24. Okay, it's not even close.
That's why I gave up. I could see that I wasn't going to bother, sort of, yeah. It's a heck of a lot of damage. Oh, but 38 is a lot of life.
McBanterFace can clear the board.
Okay. Might as well, then.
Yeah.
I wonder.
I mean, he's got infinite value. Might as well clear the board. He's got an armor up hero power. So he probably isn't in danger of death until Monsanto actually plays his Kazakhstan with his 8-card deck that he currently has left. So yeah.
Yep, and then you double shiver and armor up. And you're alive at 2.
And that shivered. Oh, he just chose death.
Wait.
Did he?
Oh, no, because Monsanto could unstoppable force the Mr. Smite, which was 8 attack. So he was dead.
Yes, he had to trade to get.
It was 7 attack. Sorry, he would have been at 9 health because of the South Sea Captain. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Because of the Solid State Captain, the Mr. Smite was buffed to 7 attack. And so if he Unstoppable forced it and then hero powered, it would have been exactly 9 damage. So wasn't alive. Pretty good outcome at the end there from the first Rikara. However, just wasn't enough. Was a little bit too late to stabilize. Got the Rikara down just way too late in the matchup. Mutinous completely whiffing. Do think he played at the correct time, because as I pointed out, as soon as there was a big minion picked up, at that point, Monsanto would have just played it immediately. So there would never have been an opportunity to Mutinous. So 3 new cards in hand, he knew that it was now or never for Mutinous. But the double Shivers in hand, he would have much rather those have been Pirates to be able to get Rikara down faster, start putting on a little more pressure. Unfortunately, that just wasn't the case. And thus, Monsanto, very well played series, honestly, from both players, I will say. They never disappoint. So Monsanto just barely got the edge there at the end. And he will face his ultimate rival.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fled.
Fled, who will be wearing, almost certainly, I can't speak for Fled, but he'll be wearing a Monsanto hat tomorrow.
Yeah, which always a fun matchup when those two get to play against each other. It may not look like it if you just tune into any normal week of America's Grandmasters and don't follow them on Twitter, but they both have some of the most unique sense of humors that you could possibly find in a Hearthstone player, and it makes for a fun time. So always glad to see them, especially when it's high stakes in a semifinal. Both players have a good chunk of points at this time, at this stage of the season, looking to solidify themselves as front runners for playoffs. But we're still chugging along here. It's been it seems like a little bit of a slow day, but we've only reached the halfway point of our broadcast here on Saturday, which means we have 2 more matches to go, but it also means we have to go to our halftime break. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more action to come here from America's Grandmasters right after this.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Mull It Over, a show where we break down mulligans and early game plays. Instead of a specific deck, this time around we'll dive into various spots from the top 8 of Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. First, we have Dead Draw on Burn Shaman versus Unknown on Face Hunter. By this point, it's already common knowledge that Lightning Bloom into early Wildpaw Cavern is one of the most powerful things Burn Shaman can do in any matchup. Playing Caverns turn 4 without the Bloom might feel a bit late versus Hunter, but Dead Draw still keeps it alongside removal to buy time. Landslide is excellent to deal with minions like Intrepid Initiate and Vulpertinger from Face Hunter, and is one of the most efficient ways to get through a pesky Divine Shield from Guardian Og Merchant. Meanwhile, Lightning Bolt can both activate the Landslide and help remove buffed minions. The key was on turn 4, when Dead Draw had the choice between Novice Zapper plus Landslide to fully clear, or tank a bit of damage to set up the Wildpaw Cavern. With the time he bought with the Lightning Bolt, removing an Initiate on turn 2, he has enough health to get his own board online and eventually win the race for lethal. Now taking a look at Dead 17 versus JP Mixter, you wouldn't expect someone to toss Overgrowth when they're playing Kazakhstan Druid, but for specifically this token build facing Weapon Rogue, Deads realizes he most likely won't have the time to go for the usual ramp game plan. Instead, he wants to get aggressive with a full board Glowfly Swarm as soon as possible, given that Weapon Rogue has no mass removal. Coining out Overgrowth on turn 3 would still technically allow you to play Glowfly on turn 4, however, it's 2 spells expended from the hand, which probably means you don't get all of the Glowflies. Even with the possibility of clean mana expenditure with turn 1 coin draw spell into another draw spell on turn 2, he saves the coin to make sure the Glowfly can come out on turn 4. With the Guess the Wait on turn 2 pulling 2 draws, Deads is able to get the full 7 tokens even with a non-spell card drawn beforehand, putting him in a very strong position versus the Rogue. Moving on to Miracle Priest, Lovestorm shows us the ABCs by keeping Palm Reading and Nazmani Bloodweaver, both auto-keeps regardless of matchup and whether or not you have the coin. Against Youth's Fell Demon Hunter, the version without the quest, Lovestorm is under threat of neither early minion pressure nor hand disruption from Glide, so he's at liberty to greed as many discounts from Palm Reading as he likes, then build a huge board with Nazmani. There are matchups where the priest has to get going a lot quicker though, like versus Kazakhstan Druid, which given enough time can easily wipe your board regardless of stats, with Wand of Disintegration, Vampiric Fangs, or Krusty the Crustacean. So Judgment, with the coin, goes for the more unusual keep of Gift of Luminance to complement the Nazmani he already has. In this case, it makes perfect sense to coin out Nazmani on 2. Unless Lovestorm has a specific combination of 2 cards in hand, such as Lunar Eclipse or Lightning Bloom, plus Feral Rage or Moontouched Amulet, the Nazmani cannot be removed. As expected, the Nazmani sticks around for Judgment to immediately protect and copy it with Gift of Luminance, setting up for big discount potential, especially if he draws the many cheap spells in his deck. Finally, let's take a look at some of the Owl Warlock games from our top 8. The most common keeps for this deck regardless of matchup are Rune Mithril Rod and Tour Guide, and in the case of Tour Guide, it's most often played on turn 1 for an immediate life tap, followed up by another tap on turn 2. However, we see Dead Draw on 2 separate instances skip a possible turn 1 Tour Guide. The first was versus Unknown's Shadow Priest, where because Unknown had played a Frazzled Freshman that could easily challenge the Tour Guide, Dead Draw keeps it in hand as a guaranteed target for Grimoire of Sacrifice later on. If Unknown's turn 1 play had been Peasant, however, Tour Guide turn 1 to challenge it would have made a lot more sense. Dead Draw's patience pays off on turn 3, where the Tour Guide plus Mortal Coil and Grimoire allows him to clear most of Unknown's pressure, while still maintaining the coin in hand. I asked Dead Draw himself and he told me this was actually a close call, with just coining out Hysteria this turn on the 2-5, which most likely would have kept the Cult Neophyte alive and out of the Raise Dead pool. Fortunately for him, there was no Raise Dead, allowing him to get a very clean removal turn and finally use the coin to cement his control of the board. Now, the second time Dead Draw kept Tour Guide unplayed on turn 1 was versus Judgment on the Quest Fell Demon Hunter, a very complex matchup due to the Warlock's constant fear of Glide. When you play Tour Guide on turn 1, you're pretty much committed to tapping right away, so you can spend your mana on tap again on turn 2. And Dead Draw explained that he would rather keep the 0 mana tap from Tour Guide banked for a post-Glide situation. With this line, he was likely planning to tap and then play Tour Guide on turn 3, but with the draw of School Spirits, he prioritizes removing that card from his hand, as he would rather draw Tour Guide back in case the Glide was coming. By turn 4, he finally finds Rune Mithril Rod, and with his turn 5 set in stone, he finally plays Tour Guide and Touch of the Nathrism while a target is guaranteed. The 0 mana tap being saved for the Rod can help speed up the discount procs if necessary. Youth on his Owl Warlock also shows the power of keeping Dreadlich Tamsin, the perfect follow-up to Rune Mithril Rod on turn 5 as long as you have the hand space. Even against the non-Glowfly version of Kazakhstan Druid, the Tamsin hero card has clear potential against Scale of Onyxia and Locusts, just as Youth demonstrates for a very clean turn 6. And that's all for this episode. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you after the next Masters Tour.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. We've concluded our halfway point break because we are now past the halfway point of our broadcast here on Saturday of week number 2 of the regular season. And we got a good match coming up next. Nalguidan, player that had a ton of success last year, making it to the World Championship, versus DreadEye, who also had some success, but in sort of a different way. You know, he didn't compete in a World Championship, but did have some heck of a seasons of GM, and really showcased his ability to break the meta, bring his own stuff, and still win, which is not a trait that a lot of players have, and DreadEye does. And I think this week is kind of, well, maybe it's a little bit different in the sense that he was forced into a mold, one of the trio buckets, but he still tried to do his own thing by bringing like Quest Hunter, for instance, as opposed to the Face Hunter of Nalguidan.
Nalguidan's 7th season of Grandmasters. As mentioned, reached the World Championships, 60% record last year, and also reached both playoffs on the back of that record last year, and on the back of the fact that he won the first playoff, so gets a head start in the second. But even so, fantastic season for him, and just goes from strength to strength, as we keep on saying.
That's right, yep. He's strong and gets stronger every time he plays Hearthstone.
Imagine if he just keeps playing the Hearthstone, and eventually he's just super strong.
Yeah, eventually he's just going to be the best player that's ever existed. But he's got to win this match before he gets to that point. Full aggro, which is not a lot of other players went with. We have a lot of mixtures, right? We have a lot of players that, you know, we have that Paladin, Demon Hunter, Warrior bucket, which is like aggro plus Libram Paladin, which is its own archetype. Doesn't fit into any mold.
Yep.
And combo with the Fell Demon Hunter. Nalguidan was like, no. I see 3 decks that can be built aggressively. I'm going to build them all aggressively. DreadEye said, you know what, Sir Nalguidan? I will take the same bucket of classes, also Warrior Hunter and Druid, and I will do something not completely different, but different. I will make a Quest Hunter and a Kazakhstan Druid. So, two of the same buckets, but 2 different approaches.
Nalguidan's got the half of the draw that he would want as well. He's ended up in the Druid half of the draw, the Kazakhstan Druid half of the draw. And yeah, those aggro decks can often, not as often as they used to, because Druid has got kind of ridiculous now. But yeah, you are still punishing Druid with those aggro decks in a very conquesty way, and with no ban available and only 3 decks. One of the problems building an aggro lineup with 4 decks is, what's your 4th? But in this particular format, when you only need 3 decks and nothing gets banned, you can build 3 aggro decks and soft, medium, hard target the Druid.
Yeah. And that's a very hard call to make, because the way Trio works, as we explained at the beginning of the show, is you don't know which players chose which classes. You don't know which players choose which buckets. They have to live in the confines of those buckets, but it's not revealed until they actually submit their decks. So you just have to kind of make a read, look at them, and say, I mean, just watch Sottle's video. Like, yeah, played it like 6 times. He explains this, but if you don't want to listen to Sottle, don't blame you. You can look at the buckets and say, all right, well, a lot of these have Warrior. What's the most likely Warrior that players are going to bring? Since a lot of these buckets have Warrior, can I target that? Okay, a lot of these buckets have Demon Hunter. Can I target, broadly target a Demon Hunter? Or, ooh, that bucket looks like the best one. Everybody's going to pick that one, and it has a Druid in it, and so I can target the Druid, right? There's so many different ways that you can look at it and build a lineup. But it turns out that, like, none of the buckets were definitively the best. There wasn't a class that has a single archetype that was represented a lot. So you kind of just had to, you know, throw a dart and be like, all right, that's the lineup I want to target. I'm going to build a lineup to beat that. And Nalguidan settled on all aggro.
Hope he wasn't throwing the dart at Bank Yugi's dartboard, because that's miles away. He's like the other side of his room, like throwing the dart at that. You just can't even hit the wall, let alone the dartboard. Yeah, so
yeah, the other side of his room that also happens to be across the entire Pacific Ocean in a... Hold on one sec.
TJ's gonna have a quick 2-minute concentration moment where he really thinks hard, and then the answer just comes to him. Just give us a moment. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask chat if, despite the fact we use it 3 times, if they know what squap means yet. If you know that, you can have a prize of best squapper in chat, and it involves winks. I'll let you know that. And I'm going to shout out as well, because if you know what game I'm talking about and you play Hunter, you can play Winky Hunter, which is a deck that emerged in Bronze recently and went all the way to Gold. So well done to the Winky Hunter players out there.
Oh, this is crazy. I was actually going to say that they're across an ocean in a different hemisphere.
Right.
But I actually don't know if Pound is in the northern or southern hemisphere.
And hasn't it come to you yet?
No, because it depends on where in Thailand. I'm pretty sure part of Thailand's in the northern and part of Thailand's in the southern hemisphere. No, that can't be right.
It is. I'm just thinking really hard here.
Latitude 0, longitude 1? What?
I've got that same page up.
Okay, it's in the northern hemisphere. All right. So yes,
latitude longitude 01 makes no sense.
I know. It's like I don't know what.
Like latitude.
Where's your source?
Whichever one it is, latitude longitude, the one that splits east from west, is literally like 15 miles from my house. And I don't live particularly near to Thailand.
Okay, so that dartboard, I gotta finish the joke, I'm sorry. That dartboard is across the ocean in another hemisphere. Okay, there we go.
Okay. So it's really hard to hit. So no,
very hard to hit.
Has done well.
Yeah, okay.
And he's done well here at the start because he has got. We'll ignore the Trog because nothing really activates it for DreadEye. But having 2 minions against pirates is a very convenient place to be. And Nalguidan's got a good, interesting choice here, whether to just doggy biscuit the Trog and make some nice trades, or to just go uber wide. And so cannons become a lot less cannony in that position.
I think you just want to keep the stats while you can keep the stats, you know?
Mm-hmm. It was complicated by the fact that if he rolled the charge Demon Companion, everything looked really, 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 really good. And that's a nice sign for Nalguidan, seeing your opponent have to play the South Sea Captain on 3 when it's supposed to be buffing other things. Tells you a lot about the hand, and something we didn't cover because we were both thinking really hard trying to work out where hemispheres were, is this cloak of robes of protection. I always get that wrong. I'm going to get it wrong again. I'll warn you now. Which, against some decks, is fantastic. I really regarded it as a good meta call yesterday, but against this Hunter deck, not so fantastic.
Yeah. It can be at times, but only in very specific scenarios when you really need a minion to survive, and Nalguidan's got aim shots and quick shots, which we could get to a point where that's relevant, but it's not right now. Sword Eater's good because it challenges this this board quite well.
This everything, in fact.
Yeah. It is going to kill the thing that can value trade over instead of the thing that's buffing. I mean, Cold Neophyte, at least it's something that's playable. Like Nalguidan was in a position with 2 5-cost things in hand.
Yep.
It's just it doesn't provide the disruption that you normally want from Cold Neophyte. So Nalguidan will fall behind on board.
And he'll have a very quick look at it, but it doesn't make a huge amount of sense, like whether he not to trade, but the problem then is that DreadEye just hits the 1-2 and all your attack buffs go away and you look very sad. So forced to put all 3 minions in there and weave in the hero power. DreadEye spending a bit of time not just looking at what the best thing to play for this turn is, but yeah, where's his quest at? And where can he get to that point? But long way away for now. Might want to set up a situation where he triggers the cannons next turn. But next turn is always Rhino turn, and he saw the weak turn from Nalguidan, so he's aware, very, very aware, almost exactly what Nalguidan's hand is. Because if any of those had been spells in hand, Nalguidan wouldn't have put all 3 of his minions into his opponent's 2-5.
Yeah.
Do you want to remove the minion now with your Rhino? That's the instinctive play, or just get a handful of stuff.
I guess going with the Rhino first does set up for you to be able to play some of the stuff that Barracuda-Mane's going to draw, but with the way the Face Hunter's built now, it's not all like targeted spells that you're drawing. Yeah. Ramming Mount, Doggy Biscuit in the deck instead of just quick shot, aim shot. So I like this. They're going to be operating from a board deficit, however, which is scary against Pirate Warrior because they snowball so fast.
Yeah, against many decks here, you just give up on the board. Your opponent plays a couple of 3/3s or something. You ignore them and you just launch everything at face and try and get there. And that might still be the case, but they are going to make a monster board very quickly and start hitting you very, very rapidly. An explosive trap, if it turned up, is not going to save you most of the time.
Yeah.
So now it's a race. And DreadEye is committing to that race right away here with a huge amount of damage this turn. And setting up for even huger, more damage next turn. Gonna be close.
The awkward part is Nalguidan, I think in this situation would have actually preferred to draw the damage spells.
Yes.
Because it would seem that would be his only way to win, would be like a straight up damage race. Like, could he piece together 14 damage over 2 turns? Or 16 if you include an armor up. Which is doable if your hand is just all bird. Unfortunately, that's not the case.
I think he has to attack the Cannoneer here. Otherwise, he just gets too far behind in the race.
Yeah, so...
He's probably never targeting a minion with spells anyway, right, this game, so...
He could go Volpertinger, Ramming Mount.
He's going to as well.
Trade over the...
Yeah, he used the Doggy Biscuit to give some rush, and now he's going to use the Ramming Mount.
Yeah. And then can Adorable Infestation just to put a little bit more stats on board.
Opens up next turn for him pretty nicely. Lots of choices next turn.
Yep.
He can respond to whichever way DreadEye decides to go, either by just Rhino hero power next turn, which is a lot of damage, or if any of this is left up, Ramming Mount into aim shot into the Cub and just have another big wide board to slow DreadEye down, because DreadEye has to deal with these things rather than hitting face.
The Cub. This might be a little bit too much for Nalguidan to deal with, though. Captain Riccara probably not going to even be relevant.
Yep, too slow, strangely enough, for 7/7 on turn 8.
7/7 on turn 8, that's incredibly slow. Back in my day, we used to play 7/7s on turn 4.
Yeah. And it didn't matter what happened on turn 5 because your opponent had given up because they'd seen it so many times. They were just angry at that point. Well, DreadEye probably can't do 17 next turn a lot of the time, although we can see Mr. Smite is doing his thing, hanging around in the hand, trying to be irritating.
Succeeding.
Oh, yes. Aimed shot represents 7 next turn. So putting the Rhino into the 3-5.
Demon Command in first, because that
Yes.
could change what you're going to do.
Yes.
Because that always happens.
Yep.
The worst one.
I'm just going to calculate how do I beat a Mr. Smite, just so then your other trades make sense. Couple
I don't think he
face.
dies to Mr. Smite regardless.
Aimed shot, ramming mount, hero power next turn on a 1-1 on the ramming mount is 10 damage. That's his start point. There's a lot more to it than that.
Yeah, so push face the player on the armor up.
Yes.
You don't die to anything here except for Mr. Smite Fog Sail Freebooter, I think, would be the only thing you die to.
Yes. That would be exactly
Or Mr.
17.
Smite, any 2-drop pirate. Or any pirate that's 2 or less. That'd be 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that'd be 17. Fog Sail Freebooter would actually be 19. Because you get the battle cry and it has charge, so it counts as 4. This is not lethal, however. So DreadEye can clear the entire board, actually, and armor up.
And that would, stop the plans dead. Nalguidan's definitely left himself in the best position to win this, and he's sort of unlucky in a way that DreadEye's best play, no matter what, is kind of this anyway. You see, sort of, there isn't any accidents that can happen by miscalculating. This is just what you do in this position.
Yeah. All right.
Wait,
That's exactly 10.
left it up.
Yeah, because if you just clear everything, right, like, what are you going to do?
Sure.
It's got to be a very specific combination of cards to deal 10 damage.
Oh!
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa!
I mean, DreadEye has been known to send out those emotes. I haven't tracked who he's done it to over the years, but I felt like Nalguidan maybe owed him one there with that emote.
Maybe. From sometime in 2021.
Yeah.
I do think that's just the correct decision from DreadEye, though, to push the 3-face, because it's a specific combination of cards that kills you, and there are some combination of cards that kill you regardless, right? Like if the card in hand was aim shot and then a quick shot, that's 10 damage from hand, whether you leave the 1-drop up or not. He had already seen a ramming mount. So there were a number of factors. And pushing the 3 with Mr. Smite in hand, I didn't have time to calculate it because I wasn't sure how he was going to make those trades. But it could have been an important break point for him to be able to get that 3-2 to ensure that he was going to set up for a 2-turn lethal. Although, he did have Mr. Smite Freebooter in hand, which is 11 from hand.
Which would leave exactly 14 with a weapon as 3. So he did need...
So if his whole board got cleared... I don't know.
Yeah.
That's difficult. Difficult situation, to be honest. Very difficult. Because I don't think his whole board's getting cleared. He would need to preserve 3 power on board. And if Nalguidan was throwing damage into minions, DreadEye would have another opportunity to armor up. So maybe do kill the 1-1. What do I know?
Yeah, I think you proved with that conversation that you probably kill the 1-1. I understand why you don't in the heat of the action. I thought that at the time, but I thought he'd worked it out. I thought maybe he'd gone through it, but didn't get there. And Nalguidan finds a way to get that first game, and that's the sort of thing he's been doing a lot since we started talking him up even more than we ever did. finding the best setup to get the win, takes a 1-0 lead, and that was quicker than any other game we've seen today.
Yep. Except for the Libran Paladin versus Kazakhstan Warrior. That one just ended.
Oh yeah, that did just end.
All right, here we go. Mirror. Let's take a look at the decks. Is it a true mirror?
Is it a true mirror?
It's not. No. There are the Robes of Protection, no Mutinous for DreadEye. Still runs a Viper. Nalguidan's going with the more popular build, at least within America's Grandmasters, of double Viper Mutinous.
The slower build. Yeah, DreadEye, the reason I liked his deck is it cut a lot of the expensive. Not a lot. You just take Mutinous out and put in cheaper things. It looks like you slide the whole deck list down into Cheaperville.
Yeah, but the Viper is a much more flexible tech card because you can trade away than, say, Robes of Protection.
Mm-hmm. And this is just a straight-up board battle, but it's a board battle that swings both ways, because Cannoneers and Rukaras and all kinds of things can have an impact on this. Or one person can just steamroll the other, which doesn't at the moment look like it's going to happen, but always can. DreadEye talking it through. How tall is his room? You've done this one, actually. Yeah.
I don't think I have.
His room's really tall.
It must be. Nah, it's a camera angle trick.
Oh, TJ. You're spoiling it for everyone. No one had worked that out. Yep, using the Shiver aggressively just to... I mean, it's not got control of the board, but to take the lead on the board. And that's actually going to work out to be really irritating for Nalguidan. Daisy's Cannoneer aware of how much that's going to matter next time around. Captain! Allows the trade.
Well, I think he's in the business of cannons away.
Uh-huh. Yeah, all but one of the 4 outcomes are good here. Oh, sorry, it's not cannons.
They're all good.
They're all good, correct.
Yeah.
Did I do the thing where he's impatient, so he points at it before the cannons have gone off to see if it's still there? Because that extra 0.1 seconds is important.
Yep. Ooh. Okay, well, can still keep control of this board with some shivered timbers. Hmm.
I'm sorry. I like to
I'm a big fan of hms as well.
Talking of hms, these numbers don't add up to 4. This is always an awkward turn for the warrior. Not always, but very often. You're going to aren't you? See, the problem with TJ is when you try to head him off by saying the thing you thought he was going to do, it doesn't stop him.
I'll do it anyway. I don't care.
It's like, I've second-guessed you. Yeah.
I'm a loose cannon.
Nice.
Get it?
Yeah, I get it. Didn't want it, but I got it. Nalguidan preserving his Cannoneer for even longer. So he can get his Anchorman down, get himself some more power on the board, get some more cards, get some more options. And DreadEye starting to fall, successfully falling a long way behind now. Successfully? You don't successfully get behind. Where did that word come from?
I don't know. It's like your brain is in this mode today where you don't care about the quality of the word, only the quantity of the letters.
Yeah, we're all trying to be subtle, except subtle combines the two.
Oh! Whoa!
Double cannon!
Now that's some cannon right there.
I like the way you use the word today in that sentence about the number of words I can emit. Kind of my thing. Oh, the Cannoneer. Then attack into the 5-3. That's a lot of damage, though, when your opponent's going to recover you soon.
Yeah, but he's got the resource advantage, so might be able to just spam the board on the Ricard turns and hope that that's enough.
He hits the 5-3 with his face. He just gets such good options with the rest of his turn. Because it allows him to use the freebooter a lot of the time in the correct way.
Still has double cannons here.
Yeah, I realised.
Cannons.
So if you hit the 5-3 and one cannon hits the 2-4, one hits the 5-2 that's remaining, then he could have played the freebooter.
Oh no!
Oh, that's just... Yeah.
Oh no! That's like worst possible. Wait a second. No. Don't wait. Proceed.
I wonder.
Huh.
Not a lot of life to work
Awkward.
with.
Yeah.
Seems to be a theme today.
What, the shapes?
Yeah, awkward shapes.
We never have a theme.
Shapes.
Never. Thing is, if he trades here and gets rid of the board, which is a thing he could obviously do, he's got one card in hand and he's super weak. And the Ricard feels a mile away. I know it's not, but it just feels so slow. And you know Nalguidan's got options because his turns have been taking a long time and he's got 3 cards and all that stuff. This is really hard. But yeah, ends up having to do this and ends up going face to further restrict Nalguidan's options. Nalguidan now has a massive swing turn, or a pivotal, whatever you called it.
A momentum shifting occurrence. That's definitely it.
A pivotal momentum shifting occurrence.
Yep.
Yep, Shiv the Timbers is the easier part of this turn.
DreadEye was banking on that not being there with that play. Was hoping that it would take a lot more resources from Nalguidan to actually be able to get that done. And this is I would have to say a massive lead for Nalguidan because DreadEye, unless he picks up a 2-drop pirate, can't even play. Oh, that's pretty good.
Takes damage off the board at the same time as drawing cards, making a minion.
Still behind though.
He is behind. You just throw this on the board because it's a card, right?
Yeah, has to hope for a very weak. Oh no, I don't even know if a weak anything will do. The one thing Nalguidan has to start trading, but Mr. Smite is there. Oh, this is going to be difficult. Is there a potential lead here? 7, 8, 9.
I mean, the Cannoneer
11.
in hand does things now with a freebooter backup. Feel there's some maths he can do.
Well, there is a potential lethal, but I doubt you'd not play Ricard in this spot. It's not a guaranteed lethal. There's no way that you can guarantee it. Every cannon would have to go face.
Yeah, I think the fact they're both 3 health minions makes it a lot worse. If they're both 2 health, you just do it and see where you end up, right? But
We're gonna need more gunpowder.
Now he goes for the safety option. The safety option. The giant 7/7 juggernauting nonsense option. And that'll tidy it.
Yeah, that's game. No way for DreadEye to survive this. Dead on board, even without the weapon or pirate summon.
Gives it up. And rapid 2-0, and the Beast Druid remaining for Nalguidan.
Yeah, which obviously has its weaknesses, right? It's completely reliant on board, which there's not that many decks in the metagame that are that extreme. Obviously, Quest Warrior, very reliant on board, but they will get enough pirates eventually in order to play Rikara, and then they will always have something on board.
Right.
Whereas if you definitively lose the board as a Beast Druid, it can be very difficult to get it back outside of like Oracle Balloon, Umbral Owl, and then it's once that's dealt with, if it is, then you don't have this infinite source of board. So the starts are also a little bit less consistent than they once were. You know, speaking of Token Druid, you still have a decent amount of 1-drops, but not nearly as many. Like, all right, I can play this on 1, or I can play this on 2, and it's going to be powerful, right? There's a lot of support cards and more expensive stuff in the decks than there once was. You know, talking about the Matriarchs, the Umbral Owls, Jerry Rig Carpenter, right? These are cards that you're playing just because they work so well with your other cards, but if you draw the wrong side of your deck, then you're going to get off to a slow start. It's not like Taunt Druid, where you're almost always playing something on 1, playing something on 2, and exploding onto the board. So it does give a little bit of room, wiggle room, for these other decks. But DreadEye is going to queue up the Druid first, which has poor matchups against just about everything.
Yep, there's no tie-break difference for losing 3-2 or 3-0. And the way today's gone for him so far, I think he just wants to get out of here. He's going to lose this matchup, which is his unfavorable Ist 1. He just wants to get out of here while he can. And if he wins it, then sure, now he can, you know, chill. But he wants to know now whether it's worth playing the other two not so bad matchups. Everyone has their own take on that. A lot of people say, oh, just keep playing, put the pressure on. But you're not going to put the pressure on Nalguidan. He's played at the World Championships. He's been there a million times before. All Conquest players have been there a million times before because everybody queues the closest ones first. So, yeah. But I just wants to know how his weekend's going to pan out. One thing's for sure, if he gets the start that he got against Luna yesterday, DreadEye still has a chance, because he had 20 mana on like turn 8.
Yeah. Which is pretty good.
The mana.
Oh, what in the world is this hair? What?
It's happening,
Hello?
TJ. It's happening. But it's happening for Nalguidan as well.
Yeah, that's true. Hello?
Oh, no!
He can guff and then guff ramp.
Yep, into scale. Oh, he's got a lunar eclipse as well, so that should also help just not die before he gets there.
He's doing nothing next turn. So. This is Nalguidan's opportunity to pounce.
It must be. There's no pouncing minion in his deck.
There's a Nature Studies.
Get him! Even going on. He's going to have a million mana if he wants it, but no cards.
Yep.
Trying to work out if this is enough. It should be, but Gale of Onyxia's one heck of a comeback card. A comeback mechanism, I believe. They call it. Look at these things.
A lot of damage. We have 7, 12, 15, 19. You can ramp or draw, take 3 power off board. That's just gonna be game? Man, he guffed. Must be immortal when you guff.
Is that how it works?
Innervate does not help.
Just not going to be there next turn.
Yeah. So he Lunar and Overgrowth, and then there will be 7, 8, 9, 12, 16, plus 5, 21.
Yep.
Quick 3-0. There it is.
Just double checked very briefly there, added up to 21, and that is quicker than most of the Paladin mirrors we've seen today in the Paladin matches. Nalguidan taking you down 3-0 and gets to another Sunday. Cheers, Nalguidan. Same to you. Trio of really quick wins.
I mean, is that how Nalguidan's weekend is going?
Yeah, it
he rode
is.
the group and then just absolutely steamrolls this match against DreadEye. This was quite the impressive feat. And just understanding what you need to do in this matchup, and that's maximum stats every possible turn, going for the So the Soil plus Adorable Infestation right off the get-go. Had exact lethal, by the way. So if he didn't go max stats at every step of the way, as he did, then could have been a little bit short. Maybe Scale of Onyxia would have been able to clean up. But alas, this is what we've come to expect from America's Flood Monsanto Nalguidan.
And I can tell you, using my secret powers, that match, the whole match, including all of the stuff we said from the first mulligan to the end, including all of the showing you the decks, was exactly 30 minutes.
Wow. Impressive. And that there was a Paladin, the Paladin mirror earlier took like 24 minutes.
Wow.
So
that was,
almost as long as the Paladin mirror. Yeah.
He's already beaten Fled 3-0, so if that's a rematch in the final tomorrow might be rapid.
It could very well be. It could very well be. But just going to show, like, finding a hole, right? Like, you talk about these, you know, at the beginning of a metagame, aggro always dominates because nothing's refined. Well, none of these conquest strategies are refined because it's a new format. They didn't know the buckets. They had to come up with something with predetermined classes in like a week, less than a week. So why not just bring aggro and capitalize on a weak point in somebody's lineup? And it seems like that's what Nalguidan's doing. And quite frankly, not many other players are doing that. Spoiler alert, though, Pascoa is doing something similar. It's slightly different, but it's similar. And he's going to be playing in our last match of the day, which leads me to, we need to go to a break before we jump into that last match of the day. But it's going to be a good one. We got Pascoa versus Pun to see who's going to take that final spot in the semifinals. So don't go anywhere. Final match here on our Saturday at America's Grandmasters right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. I'm TJ, and that is Lorinda, right over there. And we have one more match to bring to you today on our quarterfinal Saturday. It's going to be Pascoa versus Pun, two new Grandmasters just promoted at the end of last year because of their Master Tour performances. Pun was I just kind of familiarized myself with Pun towards the end of the Masters Tour cycle when he had a deep run. But Pascoa, it feels like it's been a long time coming for him to be promoted.
Yeah, absolutely. He was just super close. I think he went into 3 consecutive last cycles of Masters Tour, so every third Masters Tour when we promoted people. 3 times in a row, I think he went in there thinking, if the results go my way, even if I do badly, I'm promoted. And twice of those 3, it didn't happen. So he's been right on the edge of getting promoted and finally got there for this season, which is great to see. He's one of the nicer guys. He's one of the hard workers, and really good that he's going to get his chance to show what he can do. I was a little bit scared last week when he went 0-2. It's like, maybe we just never see him, because some people do that when they get to Grandmasters, they get 3 weeks to adjust, bam, off you go. But has adjusted, got the wins in this week, and we are seeing him on a Saturday. And Pun, we saw a bit of yesterday. I don't know what you made of his play yesterday, but I'm going to ask you, what did you make of his play yesterday?
It was all right. I think that, he won, so it was good. I'll just say it was good. I'll put it this way. He didn't do anything that stood out to me as, wow, that was impressive, which is not a slight on him, because that's hard to do, right? There's only a very small amount of players who actually come into Grandmasters and right away I'm like, oh my goodness, this guy is incredible. So that obviously he's good enough to get to this point, get into Grandmasters, and make it to quarterfinals, make it on broadcast 2 weeks in a row, or not 2 weeks in a row. This is the first week we made it on broadcast, whatever. But I'm still waiting for that wow moment, and this is a good opportunity for that, facing a pretty aggressive lineup with Pascoa, who's got Shadow Priest, Weapon Rogue, and Mazaki Mage as the 3 decks.
Got a little quote from Pascoa as well that he sent me a few days ago. His only goal is to do the best, to give himself the best odds to win. Whatever happens, he's fine as long as he's true to himself, that he's putting in the work, even if he's unable to get the wins. So basically he just wants to do what all good professional Hearthstone players want to do. Play your best, and then you can live with yourself, right? And that's how he got through the situations he was in last time around when he didn't get promoted as well.
Yeah, trust the process.
Yep, trust the process. But Pun, there's some stats for you, TJ. I'll let you have a look through those.
Yeah. Pun, founding member of the Pony Dojo, one of, if not the largest practice group, largest collective of competitive players that practice together.
Source of all of Gia's secret information, I believe.
Yeah, I'm in the Pony Dojo, and it's massive.
Yeah, it's
there's
just
always something going on. It's a bunch of different practice groups that share information with one another. Very cool. It levels up the entire competitive field. So I've been very impressed by it, just kind of seeing the inner workings of the Pony Dojo, and it's spit out a lot of great players and players that have had a ton of success. So Pun being one of them. Pun's going to open with Quest Hunter in this match. Normally does quite well against aggressive decks, because aggressive decks give Quest Hunter an excuse to play all of these spells, and thus progressing their quest, which then lets them play more spells. And those spells just also happen to enable you to deal more damage. And you can go about that in race scenario, yada, 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 and win the game.
There's our boy, Pascoa. We have seen him on stream many times. He had a cracking match against Fury Hunter in the tournament Fury Hunter won a while back. One of the best matches. But first time on Grandmasters is a bit different. He looks a little bit excitable as well. So might need to play a couple of slow turns at the start, just to slow everything down a little bit, just to let your brain catch up with the excitement. But Punt made that debut appearance yesterday, so fine.
Yeah. I first met Pascoa in 2016.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was that?
At the America's Summer Championship.
That's going back a while.
Yep. Back
Met
when
you in 2016.
Yeah.
15.
Sure.
15.
Yeah, I was 15.
At Europe Summer Preliminaries.
Sounds about right. But Pascoa was pretty quiet from that point onwards. Holy moly.
He's been getting results consistently in everything he does, but again, just never had that breakthrough result. But this is going to break through the defenses of this Hunter pretty rapidly if nothing's done about it. There's a lot of damage coming in here considering it's turn 2.
Yeah, and Pun's hand right now does not look like what you'd expect or want from a Quest Hunter's opening hand against an aggressive deck. King Mukla, not doing much of anything. In fact, it's probably working against you more than it's helping you. And that's a double Void Touch Attendant with some decent follow-up alongside it. Pascoa thinking about everything there, thinking about like bowler shot positioning, the whole 9 yards.
Dragon Bane shot in particular, which just came off the top. He has played around that perfectly here as well.
Yep.
Partly because the play was sort of protect my things and make them as sticky as possible, but it works. Pascoa's like, what? You're not firing stuff at my things? Well, this is silly. I'm going to hit you really, 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 really hard now.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to be Explosive Trap because that does set up for a pretty clean clear going into the next turn. It's going to be some hurt between now and then, though.
Oh, it's a neophyte.
Pascoa's like, wait, what? Is this what it's like to be a Grandmaster? Sweet.
Why didn't I do this sooner?
Yeah.
I should have been Grandmastering all my life if it's like this.
Let me do a trap check. It's only explosive traps naturally in the deck, so Pascoa knows that this is an explosive trap. A trap of the explosive variety.
Explosive shaped trap. Just things do. Interesting. Decision not to play the neophyte because he wants to just get everything back. Sure, kill my things. I'll do it again next turn and play a neophyte, and then where are you at?
Yeah. I mean, it's just so much damage. That's 3. That's 3.
And this, of course, isn't like the Druid. This can throw stuff at your face once it's finished hitting you as well, and there's no healing. So the Hunter, even if it manages to deal with all this and the raised dead versions of all this and get the quest somewhere completed, in that time, the priest is just throwing stuff at you by then.
Yeah. Well, we'll have a hero power option for next turn. A free hero power at some point along the lines.
Lol, next turn. Oh my! Look at this!
Pascoa's surprised at every draw, like, well, that's in my deck? Sweet!
Yeah, it's like, oh, who put that in there? Thanks, Fury Hunter, for the build, or whatever, whoever's helped him. Yeah. Do it again!
Yeah, you do it again because you want the Void Touch attendance.
And if you don't, you can just, yeah, this is fine, right? Just
Yeah. So you just double Void Touch Attendant, double Guardian Aug Merchant, and shield and give Divine Shield to each of the Void Touch Attendants. And then push 7. I don't think you even need the Cold Neophyte in this instance.
maybe it's safer. I think you're probably right, but is there a combination? If you went with the Neophyte, you'd play what, 1 Void Touch, 1 Org Merchant? That doesn't seem very good. Or double Org Merchant Neophyte? How does that board get tidied? Yeah. Not many things do 3 when they cost extra mana in this deck. I can see this.
And that'll do it.
It really will. Pascoa says that he feels that one of his strengths is how much he learns from losses. Well, he didn't learn much from that game. Because that was a win. A big win in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Man, where were these decks all day?
Yeah, what was the other half of the broadcast all about?
Yeah. Well, Shadow Priest out of the way, and honestly, it doesn't get much better for Pun from there. Mazaki Mage and Weapon Rogue still left for Pascoa, and it's just bad matchups across the board for Pun. Weapon Rogue against Kazakhstan Warrior with no Viper. Yeah, I'm liking it. Against Quest Hunter, yeah, I'm liking it. Against Kazakhstan Druid, I'm not liking it. I'm loving it.
And then there's the Mage, which just seems to be consistently fine as a deck.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a Mutinous, however, in the Kazakhstan Warrior.
Okay.
So that could come into play, right? That matchup's not as cut and dry as a non-Mutinous Warrior would, where you're just gaining armor while the Mazaki Mage is gaining infinite damage. Like, for every armor you gain, the Mazaki Mage gains +4 spell damage. That's what it feels like. Again, it's not that simple because sometimes you don't have minions to even chuck your spells at. But it's going to be Weapon Rogue first for Pascoa, and Pun is going to play the Quest Hunter once again. It's just...
Yeah.
He has 2 Vipers, so...
And a... God. Shank cutting class. Pun does have the Drekthar, though, so there might be some fight back here. I mean, Shank. You what pushback Pun can make with the Drekthar.
Job's done.
Pascoa, enjoying the moment, because that's the thing with Hearthstone. You might as well enjoy it while it's going well.
Yeah.
Sometimes it isn't.
The good thing about this opening for Pun is, 1, he tracks into a Viper, which is like double good, because now Drekthar will pull King Mukla, guaranteed. Ideally, it'd pull King Mukla and Professor Slate, because then you might have the second Viper in your back pocket.
Uh-huh. Yep, that seems reasonable.
Yeah. I don't think there's any reason to use these spells just yet. I think you just be efficient with your mana. And next turn you Viper the Shank, and then you follow that up with a Drekthar and have a massive board.
Yeah.
Okay, Pascoa is not going to go for it.
Getting his
Nice.
thing while he can. Bam.
If we're on the be efficient with your damage, then Pun would Arcane Shot and Hero Power. But Aim Shot can be a little bit difficult to use. So forget the efficiency. It's still mana efficient, but not damage efficient.
That small delay on the Shank as well has meant that the Viper Drekthar thing doesn't kind of work on curve anymore. It's still fine because he probably plays the Drekthar and then the Viper the turn after, but just a little bit aggravating.
Yeah. Puts a whole new spin on the dynamic of this match. It's kind of weird.
Does what, TJ?
It puts a whole new spin on the dynamic of this matchup.
Okay, cool.
By playing Drekthar double Viper. Because normally you're just sitting there as a quest hunter with a bunch of things in your hand that target minions and nothing to play, and you're just hero powering and throwing spells at face and trying to initiate a race. But this adds a whole new layer of depth.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty hard for the rogue to then destroy you if it's messing around trying to kill some pretty large minions, including potential Mukla. We laughed at Mukla last game, but I don't think we'll be laughing at it this game.
Yeah. Yep, gonna continue with the curve. Drekthar. Okay, wasn't Mukla. That's unfortunate. Literally just wanted one of those to be Mukla. That's it.
Either or, yeah.
But the race has been started, and Pun has got damage to back this up. And also the Rushrot Viper to be able to stop Pascoa's progress.
He does, but Pascoa has a lot of cards, and a lot more cards on the way. So he can afford to take care of some of this stuff. He does need to force the Viper to eat the weapon and then draw the second one, I think. That's the thing, now Drekthar's ripped one of the Vipers out of the deck. If this Viper gets eaten and Pascoa can find his other weapon, he's just back shanking. But
Yep.
Now he's behind in the race.
And if Pun presses his hero power button, is looking at nearly lethal next turn. It's not fully lethal, but it's nearly lethal.
We need to count Pascoa's hand as well, though, because with Secret Passage, look at the damage he has already with a Swindle and a Cloak available to him.
He's
I don't think he can do it. It's too much.
80% of his mana on Cloak.
He's got a coin, so it's only 67%.
Well, you can't Cloak, or you can't coin. Basically, what Pascoa has to do is go Cloak into coin scabs.
If he's going to do that, is it Cloak, play the weapon, hit you for 2? So then you've got repeated damage when you rip the next Cloak off the Secret Passage? Because then you can actually win with damage.
Or, yeah.
It's a cheeky 4 damage from the weapon if you do it that way.
You have to win in 2 turns, or 3 turns rather. Or if you don't think you can win in 3 turns, then you need to. Okay, so he's coin. He thinks he can. Yeah, he thinks he can get the damage in.
Yeah, if he finds another Cloak, he knows this connects to another 4. Is there a world where he just wins anyway? So he needs to do 13 from hand. He's got a chunk of that already, and a Secret Passage, but not much mana.
Oh, I'm silly. He threw the quest. I've been talking about the quest this whole time as if it was there. You just assume that it's there.
Yeah. I understand your comment. I'm just Cloak watching.
Okay, well, he didn't find Cloak, so he's dead.
Gonna be 1-1.
Yeah.
B7, 9, 13, 15. Can't even pick off the minions. Because the explosive trap was in the quest place, and it's 1-1, and that was quick as well.
Yeah, my bad. I think I mentioned quest progress earlier on in the game, but it makes sense that Pun would throw the quest. So I think he played that matchup very well, understood exactly what needed to be done, was efficient with his damage, threw the quest and looked for a very specific set of cards. I mean, Drekthar is almost always kept in matchups, but like keeping tracking to be able to fetch the Ooze so Drekthar wouldn't pull it, throwing quest to have maximum chance to be able to find the Ooze or something to find the Ooze with. Ooze, God, Viper.
You're already annoyed about the quest. I wasn't gonna mention the Ooze.
I'm just annoyed by the game in its entirety. There were so many things I wanted to say about it, but I felt like I said none of them. Instead, I said the wrong things about it. Whatever. Moving on to the next one.
Mage.
Well job. Well job. See, I can't even speak now. Well job to Pun.
Well job.
This is what Paladin mirrors do to me.
I know,
As
right?
we get to the cool matches, this happens.
The Paladin mirrors, they don't actually do it during the Paladin mirror. They do it sort of, they creep in over time.
Yeah. So decks left remaining, Mazaki Mage and Weapon Rogue for Pascoa. And then we have 2 Kazakhstan decks for Pun. A lot going on here, right? A lot to unpack. So we're going to see the Kazakhstan Druid versus Mazaki Mage first. This is the non-mutinous deck, but it does have guff and a ton of ability to gain armor. So you can get Kazakhstan out pretty quickly and look to end games faster than the Mazaki Mage can piece together their combo. Funnily enough, it's actually it feels easier to gain armor in this deck than it does with the Warrior at times.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's like a bunch of one and done spells. It's not, but sometimes it feels like that. All right, Pascoa's got flow. Probably the only keep. Looking for card draw at this point.
Fire Sale does nothing. The other 2 cards just do damage. Pascoa's saying gimme. And he goes, gimme another flow.
No card draw, however.
Still none.
Still
I was
no
waiting
card
for it to
draw.
just appear. Meanwhile, Pun has stuff.
Whoa. Whoa.
Piles of mana. Something I find amusing with the amount of mana ramp that you have available now in Druid. It used to just be patterns. You'd know Wild Growth and Overgrowth. There were patterns of, oh, you play this, then you play this, in which order. You knew how the mana was going to work out instinctively. But there's so much now, as you can see with this first turn from Pun, that they have to actually work it out each and every time how they want to plot their mana game, because it's so ridiculously much.
Is he going to end up double innervating Lightning Bolt? No.
Really?
He's still going to overgrowth. No, he's just going to pull the innervate out of his deck.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that can kind of be card draw if you get like Blood Mage Thalnos. Or Guild Trader.
Guild Mage, what am I talking about now?
Guild Mage? He hit both? Wow, he hit all 3. All 3 that could possibly be card draw. Probably Blood Mage.
I think so. What? How good is pulling a Guild Trader later? Not really, right?
No, because you don't want a minion in your deck because you want your Refreshing Spring Water to have better chance to hit spells.
You take the Blood Mage, good.
Yeah. Okay, and now we're looking at Kazakhstan on 4 as a possibility. With 0 support, by the way.
Just a pouch and a prayer.
Yeah, well, depending on the pickup. 0 support still.
Yeah, it's a lot worse. We've seen it time and again already without the guff.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
No. No, thank you.
VVAC.
No, thank you.
No, VVAC. Go next.
Spyglass?
And Looming Presence suddenly got really bad because the rest of your deck is really bad.
Like, he just wants Embers. Like, that's it. Like, he's just, okay, give me an Embers.
Wax Rage just gives infinite targets for your opponent.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I think it's just Looming Presence, just to hopefully that your last. There
Embers.
You go. All right, Embers.
I'm not sure
It's not Book of the Dead because nothing's gonna die. It's not Book of the Dead because nothing's gonna die.
It's not Staff of Scales because they don't trade into anything. It's not Beastly Beauty because it's trash.
He's got Looming Presence and Embers, so like, I assume Looming Presence. Yeah, but good luck. Find the Embers. What? We do have to keep in mind though that Embers is still a couple turns away. It'll be fine because he wouldn't have anything to do anyway. He needs to find both in order to win the game. Actually, at this point, he only needs to find one.
The Lunar Eclipse.
Yeah. Well. Yep. What could Pouch do? He can. Next turn, he'll have 5 mana. So he can Pouch for a 1. Doesn't really help. I was thinking maybe you can... No, you can't do that.
Pouch for Overgrowth.
There's 1 Embers.
Oh my goodness. Surprised Pascoa hasn't managed to get the Blood Mage down. The turn he drew it, I thought maybe he'd just plop it on the table for the card draw. Doesn't matter now because he's got the Spring Water next turn for doubly reduced cards. Which means it'll power up his Cram Sessions. That's why, I think.
I wonder.
This is where Pouch is hard, right? These fringe scenarios where you need to know the cards you don't just always go for.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah. Bloom, Embers. That doesn't do it.
It doesn't do anything. Like,
it's got to use 2 Embers.
Okay, if Kazakhstan lives,
yes,
and can connect,
okay,
so it's smart.
Sure.
It's gonna get frozen.
Oh, multitasker of the thing.
Yeah.
Being water. What's happening, TJ?
This is the weirdest game ever. Like, Pun just played Kazakhstan and then got terrible treasures except for 1. And then he's not even concerned about what Pascoa is doing.
And Pascoa's not particularly concerned what Pun's doing because there's nothing he can do about it because it's Druid.
Yeah. All right. Hilt, Bloom, Embers, like...
But then he definitely can't... Yeah, you're right.
He's going to have to Ember over 2 turns anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Nope. It's going to Hero Power.
So setting up as many spell schools as possible for the multicaster.
Yeah, there's Mizaki, and it's probably good enough to go next turn.
He needs a card draw, right? Am I missing something?
Oh yeah, he does need card draw. That's not a cramp session. Life and mana.
It kind of needs to play the Thalnos to get the cards, because then he can go next turn.
I mean, does have 3 burn spells in hand. Is there enough spells to just do it alone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Biscuits count double.
Yeah, that's counted.
Okay.
So each biscuit, that's 4. Primordial Studies, that's 5 spells. If you get a cheap minion, you can count that as 6. So Ignite's dealing 8, Runed Orb 8, Life and Mana 8. So needs a card off the top that's playable would be 3 extra spell would be 27.
Not to mention that there's a Thalnos and also a Primordial gives him some spell damage in some worlds. The Runed Orb could get him card draw.
Okay, Arcane Intellect. Yeah, that should be enough. That should be it.
Yeah, loads of mana from the biscuits.
Yep, and Arcane Intellect, he literally needs 1 playable spell off of Arcane Intellect, and it's lethal.
Absolute worst case, he has the Runed Orb to go more.
Okay, that's actually close to not having a playable spell. If there was already an Ice Barrier in play, and he had casted 1 more spell with the second flame. Yeah, well navigated.
And he checked himself as well. He picked up the barrier, went, oh no, put it back down.
Yeah. So very close indeed, but at the end, it's the job done. A little bit of overkill too, 13.
Yeah, not quite the flair that DreadEye had the other day when he went for the exacties to get the siphon reduction.
Yep. But, I mean, Kazakhstan is good, but when you don't have the support cards to go along with it and you're just drawing a treasure a turn and you haven't ramped, even if you're getting good treasures, sometimes they're just not playable.
Yeah.
And so Pun needed 2 full turns nearly in order to be able to win that game from that point. Embers would have gotten the job done the following turn if Pascoa hadn't played a minion that turn and just like drew cards or something along those lines. Didn't have Mizaki, and Embers off the top would have been enough. But Pascoa even could have just, after seeing the first Embers, could have just played Primordial Studies and plopped a minion. And then all of a sudden, Pun has to get pretty lucky with Embers to go all face and not hit a minion in order to actually get the damage through. So it looked kind of promising at first for Pun because you saw Embers and you're like, all right, like pretty early on in the game, Pascoa hasn't got that much going. But then having to wait 3 turns in order to even have the mana to play it, and then needing to draw both with pretty poor treasures to go alongside it wasn't enough. And now it's the Weapon Rogue, which seems scarier.
Yeah.
Funnily enough. Oh, there we go. I ain't scared no more.
Even so. And this is the payoff for the last game, of course, going his way. Now he gets to play this matchup, but Pun might just do the thing we've seen time and time again. Guff into loads of mana, loads of cards. He's going
Guff.
Guff.
What are you doing? Guff stuff.
Oh, and now he's got the full caboodle and kit.
Okay, so what's the most efficient way to do this? You Cold Tooth Mine on 2. You Bloom, Guff. Nope, already wrong. I'm already wrong.
So the reason I like this one is you get to the turn you miss.
You Cold Tooth Mine on
you'll get to
4.
mine. Yeah.
or 2, and then you guff on 5. So I was thinking you Cold Tooth Mine on 2, then you Bloom, Guff, Coin, Hero Power, Guff ramp.
Okay.
On 3, and then you'd have 4 mana.
Okay.
To play Overgrowth on 4.
And your way, you've got an extra card, but you're a mana lower. Oh, you got the same mana.
Same exact. It's literally the same. It's exactly the same.
So this way, you never top deck your Kazakhstan.
Then you could just Cold Tooth Mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same.
In the meantime, Pascoa's ripped the shank, so he's also off to the races. Not a lot else going on in his hand, though.
Wait, no. With my way, you're a mana ahead because you got to press the Guff Hero Power one more time.
Button. My poor brain. This is what I was saying. I like the olden days when there's just a pattern.
Yeah. So this turn, you would be overgrowthing. So you'd go into you play Kazakhstan a turn sooner.
Okay, sure. Yep. Yeah. So am I missing something?
Right. Because there's not much else to talk about here. Well, he's going to scale Venixia.
You go through yours again.
Which is actually a lot of pressure.
From step one.
So you Cold Tooth Mine on 2.
Yep.
Okay. You Bloom, Guff, Coin, Hero Power on 3. So you go to 4 mana and then 5 mana. And then the next turn you flip over 6 mana with 2 Overload. So then you Overgrow.
Yeah. Yep. Checks. Unless I'm missing something or you're saying something backwards or something, I agree with you. Story checks out, which I'm surprised at, but it does. It feels instinctively less good because this looks so smooth, but yeah, the overgrowth works out nicely. You get an extra mana.
You can hear that?
No, I'm laughing at the situation Pascoa finds himself in.
Oh, okay. Well, my son's just like screaming.
Oh, okay.
Going nuts.
Would he have done it the correct way?
You could hear that. I don't know.
I've heard him before, but can't currently. So double cloak makes this interesting, though. So
yeah, and a full board, so Pun cannot play Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
All right, there's a lethal puzzle in here somewhere. Ugh. All right, there's 14 damage on board. So you Hero Power for a draw. Is Arbor up lethal? It's not lethal.
It is if you moon touched after. No, you can't. It's not possible to do.
Can't.
Moon touch.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Can you? You don't have board space for anything. Hey.
So.
What else can it be? What else can it be? What else can it be?
Is there any?
Oh wait. Never mind. No, it's the exact same amount of mana.
Oh, but there must be now. You pouch into Arbor up, play the Arbor up, then you Lightning Bloom pouch and get any of the million Druid buffs that exist.
What about a Lion's? Wasn't Lion's card just the nuts there? I guess he doesn't have board space, whatever.
All right. So it's all about, can Pascoa do this in 2 turns of cloaking now?
Not going to play the Moon Touch at all?
That's a bit weird.
The Lion's card did seem good there. All right, now it has Cloak into Scabs, so... Maybe wants to try and find Solar for both of these Moon Touches. But I feel like mana would be a pretty big limiting factor in that regard.
But he can't play minions and he's not dead this turn, so that does make sense.
Oh, how many cards did Pascoa have pre-Swindle? Or pre-passage, sorry.
I want to say 5, but that is a guess.
Yeah, I think he's fine to just play this window. Because he used prep, he used cloak.
It wasn't 7 or 8. Yeah, he used a lot.
He had a full hand before that, though.
7?
Yes, this should be perfectly fine. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. That was 6.
I was watching the cards that were.
Oh, he had 7 cards. You're right.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, nature studies. Guidance.
What are you looking for? Now, you've got to assume there's not another cloak, I guess, or you've lost anyway. So.
Health, or something to kill your own minion.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. You're right. Yeah. That's not that. Just takes even more mana on the off chance he ever gets to use it.
Barrel Rage, okay. Looking for solar now. Essence Shell will be the next draw. Fortunately, it doesn't do him much good.
That rope's burning again.
Just having to fail rage.
It's a lot of armor though, and a lot of Pascoa's mana for the next turn is accounted for, and this weapon is small.
Still has the scabs though. Next turn.
Deadly poison, nice draw. There's a paralytic poison tucked over there all the way to the far left.
Catch.
And attack and cloak.
Didn't even get through the armor, but does get him the crucial next turn that you were talking about. TJ the Fortune Teller. Knew the next card.
This must be the way.
Lunar!
So he can kill his own thing?
It doesn't matter anymore because he knows that Scabs is a possibility. It still pulls a card out of the deck.
I'm laughing because I'm thinking about playing Kazan, so you can choose your deck, then when it gets Scabs, you can choose another deck if you don't like it, but you overload for way too much, so that's really stupid. So it's much better to play the Defender of Argus, which he's set up for, to make sure he can't get hit by the weapon, in the world where there isn't a Scabs.
Yeah, this will
We're
at
not living
least force the Scabs. And so he knows that he doesn't have to play the Moon Touched as well, because he knows that he's not going to die if Pascoa has to sink like Wicked Stabs into these minions. That's a heads-up play.
Keep your enemies close.
Though he does, well, it wouldn't matter if he wasted the Lunar Eclipse buff, because he wouldn't have played it on anything reasonable. We'll burn a card. Don't know if it's that impactful, unless it's a solar.
Best in Shell will stop the weapon from coming in, but how much damage has Pascoa got in hand? There's plenty of Moon Touch going on as well. He's going to need a lot of damage, but he's almost in Garrot range now, and he's got them both in hand.
We can hero power the Silverleaf poison. And then we're looking at Guild Trader. Wicked Stab is 6. Sinister Strike is 11. Double Garrot is 19. Then we'll have 2 draws. Plus the 8 damage on board. And that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 1 mana left over to be able to, like, I don't know, trade a extortion.
Yep.
So I think he's got to go Best in Shell and just unload the armor. Best in Shell and then just play 1 Moon Touched and draw a card. So Best in Shell, draw. Or no, you Moon Touch, draw, then then see if you hit Solar. What's more valuable, the extra taunt or the armor? I think it's the armor.
Yeah, the armor's got to be more valuable because the second you play the taunt, you kind of just shut down that whole plan anyway.
Yeah, he's going to see the draw first, see his decision. Looking for solar? Nope.
All right, we're never coming in with a weapon.
All right, well, he just dies to the damage in hand.
Yep. Which he kind of knows is there, to be fair, as well. But maybe they're just, I don't know.
It's 19 from hand with 0 bleeds drawn.
Yep. Yeah, I counted that through. And there's trades and things anyway, even if we miscounted, which we haven't. And Pascoa, his debut on the Grandmasters stream, gives us a thumbs up, letting us know that he's done the things that we're still watching already. And he takes a 3-1 win and moves on to Sunday. And now he shows for the first time some sense of relief. It's like, yeah, look at me, I won on Grandmasters. I did it. Whatever else happens, I can take away in my life. I have won on a Grandmasters broadcast. And can still win the tournament tomorrow as well.
Yeah, nicely done. Thought that was quite clean, very calculated as well. Knew the limits on each of the decks, and not the easiest ones to pilot. All 3 of those decks. Shadow Priest, hard to find what's the most efficient way to deal damage. Yes, you say just throw stats on the board, but it's not that easy. Mizaki Mage, notoriously difficult. And then Weapon Rogue, obviously some matchups you just get all the poisons, all the draw. You just hit your opponent in the face. They have no way to defend themselves. Sure, those games are easy. But these ones where you're having to figure out the exact limit that you can get to while rolling Cloak into Scabs and trying to find the maximum way to try and get the damage through while you're doing that. Pretty difficult. Awkward game from Pun. It just seemed like he was like just a beat off of everything that he wanted to come together. The Scale of Onyxia, obviously a very threatening play because your opponent has to chain cloaks or they risk dying to a discovered buff spell. But it did limit what he could do. He couldn't play Kazakhstan, which is the name of the deck. Couldn't find a way to kill off his own minion. Couldn't find the solar, which it seemed like he was holding on to his Mutouch amulets in order for the solar to gain that big burst of armor. So just like the opening was great. Found the ramp, found the Kazakhstan, but then nothing came together after that. Couldn't find a pressure route and then couldn't find an armor route, and it just ended up being a loss. But a much different series than what we saw from the other series today. It wasn't this super fast steamroll like we saw in Nalguidan. It wasn't these long, drawn-out Libram Paladin battles like we saw in the first 2 matches. Just nicely stuck somewhere in between.
Good old-fashioned Hearthstone at the right speed.
Yeah.
But he does go on into that semi-final tomorrow against Nalguidan. We're going to see Fled and Monsanto. And if you predicted that, you can have the best prize title of the night of Best Predictor of the Night. So well done. If you held on, didn't take any previous titles, you can have that one now. However, if you waited all night to take the last title and you didn't predict that semi-final, you walk away with nothing. That's just how it goes sometimes.
You get nothing. You get nothing. And you can only get one. But don't worry, because Neil and I will be giving out plenty more
Will we?
imaginary prizes tomorrow on Sunday. It's final Sunday. We have to. We have to go out the week with a bang. So that'll happen. One other cool thing to note before we dip on out of here, Neil. Semifinals tomorrow is 3 Latin American players and Monsanto.
And us Americans. Comment.
Yeah. It's that felt like all of season 2 last year was just Monsanto plus like Argentinians and Brazilians. That was it. So just kind of funny to see us come full circle and get back there, even with new players.
That time destroying the region in recent times, so looking good, and see if one of them can take it down. And a lot of the time, Monsanto did come out on top, so it's not a foregone conclusion if there's 3-on-1.
Yeah. All right, Neil, it's come to the point in the day where it's time to end the show, which means that I'm going to give you an opportunity to say whatever you want to say.
I think that today the Hearthstone spoke for itself, TJ, so I'll leave it at that.
All right.
However,
my son thinks that we've already ended. He's trying to tell me to wrap it up. So thanks so much, Neil. And thanks, everybody, to tune in. We'll return tomorrow. Asia Pacific is going to be in about 9 hours. I know I always say that. Neil and I will return for America's Grandmasters tomorrow at 12 Pacific or 3 p.m. Eastern. You're not going to want to miss it. And we're starting to get towards the end of the line for a lot of players, considering only one more week to earn points after we wrap up tomorrow. So thanks, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow for more America's Grandmasters.
His fist pumping, he did it! Oh my gosh. 72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Right before his cards green! He got there!
Oh.
Sick!
so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lambi with a pop-off. Well deserved. He stays in for another series.